let's get started. And the first thing that I have on the table is this here. It's basically it's one of these book nooks. It's one of the deals that you put like on a bookcase. We're doing a bookcase for my daughter. She saw this at I think it was Michael's. I picked this up at. She saw this on the shelf. She thought it would be really cool. I might have suggested it'd be really cool, and she agreed for her bookcase that we're putting together for all her books. Anyway, so I thought we could do this together. I thought it looks like a lot of fun. So let's go ahead. I've had it open already just to make sure basically everything's in here. I haven't opened up any of the packaging. I just kind of looked through the instruction manual real quick. Apparently, this does not require any tools or any materials other than what's in the box, as far as I understand. Now, with that said, I did go ahead. I know it's made out of wood, so I did go ahead and grab some wood glue in case we need it. I've got things like some scissors, which I think we are going to need scissors. And then if we need to get real serious, I've got the CA glue, of course, Starbond CA glue. Check the description if you need your CA glue. I haven't mentioned that in forever, but there's still a discount down there. Also, I have my different sanding sticks and whatnot, because I have a feeling a lot of times with these, those joints that you make, you're going to have to sand them up a little bit. But anyways, let's go ahead and get everything out of the box, and we'll go ahead and get started. Let's see. We got some bags here. I think this is like a tape or a sticky tape. I'll tell you what, I'll just do that. Just throw this over here. Okay. So I'm going to throw the box to the side. Now, I think what we'll do, let me just set that up top here. Let's go ahead and open up the instructions. What do we got to do here? What's the plan? So we'll just start with number one, I guess. What we should do, let me set this to the side. I'm going to go ahead and just open this up. Reach across. Sorry. Grab my X-Acto knife and cut us open. Here we go. All right. All right, so I think I'll set this stuff kind of to the side. This looks a little more fragile. Let's get that set over here to the side by itself. Make sure it stays all right. Got a bunch of different boards. Oh, these already have. I thought we actually had to apply all this stuff, but it's already. Oh, there are some. So yeah, it looks like there is some. Is this like contact paper? Is that what this is? It sure is. So there is. I guess you could call them stickers. It's really on contact paper that we're gonna have to apply. So that's good to know. And let's see, is there any more of them? No, these are just all our sheets. All right, very good. So what are we starting with? Some invisible tape in bag, whatever that says. I don't know. Where's that? Where's our invisible tape? Here we are. So bag TGB07, I guess it is. We have what they're calling invisible tape. Let's go ahead and get that out. We do need the roll. So yeah, this is what do I do with it? This is a double-sided tape. Apparently we're gonna need that. And then how do we figure out what boards? I guess I should show you guys the instructions. So blanks at F. So are these labeled? How are these things labeled? Okay, they are. So B, where is F? A, B, C, D, A, F. And we need F5 to start with, which is, there's F6, 7, 8. Oh, F5, it's a bookcase, okay. Now, do these just, how do we, I think I read somewhere, let me go back to the beginning. What did they say? They said punch it from the back. Let's see. Yeah, if you're building along at home, here it says remove the parts by pressing its back to reduce burrs. Okay, so we want to press it from the back. This guy here. Oh my goodness. I'm afraid I'm gonna break this. Okay. You can see the perforation, so I'm trying to press kind of firmly at the perforation points. There we go. So that my pressure is, I don't want to break that. There we go. Perfect. All right. I'm running out of room very quickly. Let's see. I'm just going to set these back here. Get them as we need them. All right, so let's throw that out there. They show it. They show this the blank side up. What piece is that? So we need B7. B7 is here. From the back, they say. There we go. I don't want to break all of these out because I don't want them scattered all over my table. So that should work. All right, B7, and it's going to get one of these stickers, which is J5. J5 is here. So this is going to be a book. All right, very good. These are, I think they're already cut. So this actually is pretty easy so far. I figured I'd have to cut these out on my own. It shows it, I guess it doesn't matter, but I guess it goes, yeah, it's going to have to go here. Now I want to make sure, I think what's most important, hopefully you guys can see this. This is a book cover, I guess you could say. I need to make sure that spine lines up. So I might just line up the spine of the book like this and then wrap it around. I don't know if that's the best way to do it, but it seemed to work. And we have a book. Huh, that's kind of cool. Let's see. So now it shows here, and I guess it goes, it's like it's on the end case, or, oh, these do fit tight. There we go. That fits nice. Again, I thought I would have to probably trim a lot of that. That fit really, like it popped right in. It gave me actually a snap when I attached it. I figured I'd have to sand all these tabs, but so far, of course, it's first one. So far, so good. That looks all right. Okay. So now we need D19s, D19s and 20s. Where are they at? Let's see here. D19s and 20s. That's F's. Oh, I just lost a piece. Well, that's wonderful. All right. I'll set that. I think loose pieces I'm going to just put right up here. Y'all remind me that they're up here when I'm looking for B8 and I can't find it. Just yell in the comments that it's there. Okay. What did I need now? I need D19 and 20. Where's D19 and 20? That should be this sheet here. Let's go back there with that. So looks like there's 3 D19s and 2 D20s. Oh, they're all right here. So from the back side again. Oh, okay. It's a little bit scary, I'm not gonna lie, when you punch these out because it feels like you're gonna break the pieces. But so far, so good. Just throw that back there. Okay, so now see, they do have some little, I think I'm gonna go ahead and grab something to sand these up with. You can see it. Let me see if I can show you. They do have, like where the perforations were, some little nubs or tabs still left there. I think if I can, just super quickly. This is a coarse sanding stick that I have. It's a premium sanding stick, I suppose. I'm sure I bought it off Amazon. But these are really nice. In fact, I can show you. I got a whole set of them. But really, all you need, just go down and get you a fingernail file. They work great. That's all this is right here. It's just one I actually literally stole from my wife, is a fingernail file. But anyways, let me go ahead and knock all these nubs off here, or whatever you want to call them, the little tab spots where we broke these off do you call these sprues? If it's wood, is it still a sprue, like a plastic sprue would be called? I don't know. I guess they're just sheets, probably wood sheets. You're really quickly able to do this, so might as well. Okay, perfect. So we've got D19s and D20s. Oh, I see D20s have I missed some spots on the D20s. But they have an extra little tab there. So the D19s are flat on the top, and D19, there we go. So let's make sure we get these in the right order. They show us with it this way. And it says the number side faces upwards. All right. If you say so, I'll believe you. Is that? I see. Sides all the way in. Yeah, apparently. D19, nope, D20. So it's D19, D20, D20, and then D19s. Okay. takes a little pressure. I always worry when you start applying a lot of pressure to this wood. It's not balsa wood. It's definitely these are very thin plywood. But I always worry when you start giving a lot of pressure that something's going to break. So I always try to be very careful. And this is taking definitely firm pressure. Not gonna lie, a little painful on the fingers. Yeah, okay. And then two D19s. Nice. There we go. The start of a bookcase, I suppose. Now we need D1 and D3, so that should be off that same D sheet here. D1 and D3, where you at? D1. Okay, yeah, so D1, there's multiple D1, so I guess we're gonna be doing more than one bookshelf. D1 and D3 is this far one here, okay. They're all wanting to come out. Okay, so we just lost D2 or whatever. It's going in the single stack over there. Again, remind me. So these actually they come out pretty clean. I'm very surprised. I'm actually very happy. I don't know if I showed it. What did I do with the box? The actual brand on this. I don't know if I actually showed. The actual brand is a Row Life, I guess it is. But it's their Book Nook in Wonderland. There's a whole bunch of different ones, but so far I'm kind of impressed with the quality for sure. And here's the other thing I like too in kits like this. The pieces themselves, I don't know if you can see it, but it says D3 there. So in other words, it's not, sometimes some kits will label on the sprue /sheet / whatever this is called. And then you pull it loose and you no longer know what actual piece this is. I love that that they're labeled on the piece that you have to assemble. So even when I have these singles up here, I still know what they are because see, this is D2, this is B8. I can see what they actually are. Anyways, so we need D1, which that's D3. This is D1, goes in the front, and that's what these extra little tabs on the D20 pieces were for. And let's see, are you gonna go in there? Come on. So we're running into a first little fitment, but that's to be expected, I would think. There it went. Yeah, it fits tight. I don't know if you guys could hear it, but if you could hear it pop in there, gave a good snap. Is that how that goes? It covers the, I guess it's just I was like, it covered the book, but I guess it's just, this book's supposed to look like it's just coming off the shelf. Give it a little three-dimensional look, I guess. I don't know. Pay attention to it said pay attention to the direction. I absolutely did not when I put that on, but this is actually the correct direction. The number is supposed to go to the outside. This one, it goes this way. Now I am paying attention. Probably another pro tip. Always read the instructions as you go. Don't just assume you know what's going on. That one went on much easier. It didn't have as much of a pop, I would say, or much of a snap, I guess I should call it. All right, and next, so that's here. Next we have J21 and J22. Those are actually decals, it looks like. J21, oh, I see. J21 is fiction. Now, how does this, it just kind of, I think it just goes, yeah, it's just going to, oh, I see that. Oh, that's kind of nice. They actually give you marks. Again, you guys probably can't see this, but there's actually marks there as to where to place this little, well, I probably should do it right side up, but where to place the decal here. Nice. It's kind of strange because this is a sticky decal. So on the back of this, it's sticky, just open to the air. I always worry about stuff like that. I wonder if there's something I could do about that. I always worry about that because dust and whatever else will collect back there. You'll end up with little dust bunnies that you can't get out of it when you go to clean, this is specifically going to go on a bookcase. I wonder if I could, what do I have laying around? Let me pull this back off. I hate to pull it off because then use up some of the sticky on it. Okay, get off my fingers. I am in my workshop, so I do have an X-Acto knife just kind of sitting here. I think what I'm going to do is leave that on the X-Acto knife. You know what I could use? Let me use this. Stick there. Okay. I'm going to use this right here. This is actually some notes I made to remember to turn the camera on and such while I was doing this. I'm going to cut a strip. I think what I'll do is I'm going to try to cover as much of what is not needing to be stuck to the wood as I can here. This is definitely an extra step that not necessary to do. Let's see, where's those scissors I had? I think this is gonna be a little easier to trim. Like so. I think this yellow will kind of disappear. I'm gonna do the other side. Like so. Now, well, that didn't work. So if I think you can kind of see what I'm trying to do here. Sorry, it's taking a second. And we'll trim that up a little bit. Now, hopefully you guys can see this stuff so small. So now I've got what's not going to be stuck to this bookcase covered, stuck with paper. And now we won't get dust bunnies and whatever collecting back on that sticky. But you know what I think I think an even easier way that I'll do on the next one. I'll tell you what I'm going to do right now though. I'm going to drop put a drop of CA right here. Just because I've been kind of messing around with that so much, I want to make sure it sticks. And making sure I don't get it on my fingers, which is normally what I would do. And now you have the sticky of the sticker that will hold it in place. And then the CA glue will actually attach it once it dries. I don't want to spray it with activator because this is kind of paper and wood, and I don't really want to soak that. But anyways, I think that's going to be a better idea. So the next one that goes on there is, where are we at? J22. So it's going to be literature. And I think what I'll actually do this time, instead of going to all that trouble I just did, this might be the better tip. I think I'm just going to stick it on the paper like so. So now there's no sticky back. I can just use my scissors and cut it out. I don't know why I didn't think about this for the first one. Made it a little more difficult than it probably needed to be. Let me get this all trimmed up for us. Okay, so now we've got this is no longer a sticker, and so I can just do the same thing. I'm just going to put a drop of CA right there. Grab the sticker, put it in place, and just let the CA glue hold it. Well, try to at least. There we go. Stay right there. Now the only problem with doing it this way is you don't have that sticky back to kind of hold it in place. So I'm going to hold it with my finger just a second. It shouldn't take too long to kind of tack up. And I should have put me a trash can in my work area. There we go. So now that's not a sticker at all. We don't have to worry about it collecting garbage behind it with the exposed adhesive. All right, good. And now I think what we're doing is we're calling this A. That's, let me show you in the instructions. That's all this is saying here is now we're going to call this whole little, this assembly, we're going to call it A. Okay, so now we're going to work on another assembly, which we need, what do we need? F3. Let's see what we got. Where did the F's go? On the very bottom. Very good. Oh, well, there's a B6. You go up there. All right, F3. Where is F? Where does F? Oh, F3 is the big one here. Okay. It's a bigger bookcase. Again, I'm going to try to just push where the perforations are. Where does this, why am I, oh, I see. Okay. I'm looking at this completely wrong. There we go. Okay. Anything that I see, I'm going to try to clean up there. Yeah, they've got some here. Just try to clean them up. Nice. Now this goes this way. Now we need D7, D5, D6. Where are the Ds? All right. Where is our D? Oh, here we go. So D, we need 5, 6, and then 3 7s. 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. So it's all of these right here. Come on. Okay. Again, I want to clean these up as best I can, just real quick. Doesn't take much time at all. You kind of feel with your finger real quick, just run your finger down the edge and you can feel if it has a little nub on it or not. Nice. What do we need? D7 here. Looks like they push all the way in. Nice. D7 and then D5. Yeah, D7, D5. It's kind of a strange numbering system. This is D7. This is D5. Then it's going to be D6 and then D7. I don't know. It's kind of a strange way to number it, but I guess it's fine. D5, D6. And then the 2 D7s. Okay. 7 and 7. And now we need D1 and D2. I think here's a D2. And then D1 is still back here on the sheet. Okay. Let's clean these up real quick. Yeah, so you can feel that. Just give it a quick, just some coarse paper. Yep, and it's gone. So that's all it takes. If I rub that's nice and smooth, rub a finger down it. There we go. And again, it says pay attention to the direction, and what they're talking about is the direction that the numbers face. So I'm assuming that's what they're talking about, so that's what I'm paying attention to. I'm just making it look exactly what it looks like in the instructions, which is the number on the piece facing outways. Nice. And then same thing with this one, yep. Nice and easy. I guess you could, if you wanted to, go through and drop little drops of glue in each one of these and make it a little more permanent, but it seems to hold just fine without it, so I'm just going to keep moving. All right, on to page 2, making progress. Nice. So now we're gonna do some more stickers. We've got J23 and J26. So what I'm gonna do, what happened? Did I chunk all my little pieces? I probably should have held on to some of that paper. Let's just do that. I'm gonna go, what is it? 20, this is 23. Let's do 23 first. In fact, I can probably just drop it right here in the corner. I don't know if you guys can see or not. Right here in the corner of my Post-it paper. Because I'm gonna do the same thing. It's the same idea as we did just a second ago to label these bookshelves. And I really don't want that adhesive to be exposed. So I'm gonna do that. Let's just round the corners a little bit. There we go. And D23 goes on the top, I believe. Or, I'm sorry, J23. I should be saying the right thing. So it's going to go here. Again, just a drop. Well, oh, that's too much. Too much, which is just always perfect. Wipe that up as best I can. All I have my Star Bond right now, I need to get a new order in, is the super thin. I like the medium stuff for this kind of job. The super thin's really nice. Well, of course, please don't glue there. The super thin's really nice when you're putting two pieces together and then you can just lay it in the seam. Really what it's for. If I could get it to hold in place, that would be amazing. Obviously, this would be easier if I just left it a sticker. I think this super thin stuff also, it flashes very quick, which I think, yep, that's what's happened here. It's already gone off. So again, just a drop. Here we go. And make sure I have it upright. I should be able to just hold it for, yeah, I think it's about 10 seconds. I'd have to go back and read. I believe Star Bond recommends 10 seconds or so to hold pressure. All right, I think if I let it sit there, that should be fine. And we can do the next one, which is J36. Going to be the art section. All right, I'm going to do the same thing, lay it right here. Nice, and drop the glue very carefully. All right. And then what do we, okay. So let me get these to glue up real quick. I don't know, I probably could have used the accelerant. Just sprayed the backside of the sign portion. Tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get that nice and straight. A lot of times what I'll do, what do I have? You can just set something on there to give you your pressure to hold. I might let them just hang loose while we get to the next piece here, which is D23. This guy here. Come on. There we go. Sand it nice and smooth. It's kind of rinse and repeat, to be honest with you. But this is going to sit, yeah, this is going to sit this way, and this is going to sit on that. Let me make sure these aren't going to fall off. Yep, they're glued up. Good. So it goes all the way in like so. There we go. Oh, and then we take A, and put it on too. Anybody know where I set A? Is it under here? Oh, it's under my rag. Here we go. So we're going to take A and attach it also to this. So that actually fits. You can see this fits looser. I don't know if I should put a touch of glue on that. Thinking about it, I think I am. Oh, I see. There's going to be there's no need. So next step is to take D8. So there's going to be a top piece to hold that from, kind of do the purpose of the glue I wanted to add. So D8 is actually going to go right up here, and I think this should hold it pretty steady. We're about to find out. Could be a little fidgety. Come on. You gotta get all 4 tabs essentially to line up. There we go. And then now we have, see, this is loose down here, but I'm pretty sure we got this extra tab down here, so I'm pretty sure this is actually gonna end up being set into something which will hold that tight. So it's very well designed so far. I like it. All right, so let's set that there. That was D8, and now we want to use invisible tape to attach. It's just 17. What the heck is 17? I don't know what 7 is. It when I guess that's in one of these bags. Can somebody please tell me what 7? It doesn't. What is 17? Let me go back. Oh, I just saw this. This is a good idea. You can drop all your, there's a part, I kind of chunked this tray out with the box, but you could put all your parts in there. Okay. But what is 7? What is 7? Or is, oh, am I an idiot? Does that say 17 or does it say I7? I think it says I7. Is there a sheet with an I7 on it? We'll answer my question real quick here. A's, C's. Well, there's not a sheet with I7, so maybe I'm, oh wait, what is this? Hey, there's a whole bunch of stuff over here too. Here we go, I7. I am the idiot I claim to be. All right. So I7, it's not 17, it's I7. Where are you at? Here, this one. Now, we're going to attach this with that, what are they calling it? Use the invisible tape. All right, anybody, there it is. Thank you. Here's the invisible tape. How is that going to work? Is this two-sided invisible tape? How, what? Let's see. I'm assuming this is two-sided tape. I'm assuming. So what I think I'll do is I'll stick it. Yeah, it goes in the middle. Correct? Yeah, it goes in the middle here. Can you guys see what I'm doing? Just putting the invisible tape is just little round dots. I'm assuming there's a second. Sure is. So you're going to need an X-Acto or something to get that loose. A little tough to get loose. I don't even know what this is. I'm not going to lie, but I guess it can go any direction. It doesn't like, I mean, it shows here on the instructions. Hopefully you guys can see it's like a flower. I don't know. I don't think it, I mean, I think it can go any direction, but it goes next to the art sign. Not gonna lie, I would have probably rather just glue this, but I want to follow the instructions here, do it the way they say. There we go. So it's just taped on there, or yeah, double-sided tape essentially. They're calling it invisible tape. I don't know why. It's just little spots of double-sided tape. Okay, well there's something. And now this hole structure with A is now called B. So we have a B. I'm going to set it. I'm going to keep it in frame so you guys can see it. I'm going to set it right up here, I suppose. And then we're on to page 3. It just actually goes very, very quickly, I would say. So what do we got? Oh boy, this is, I think we're about to start working on, so this has, the whole thing has lights. And I think that's, yeah, you can see here's like the battery pack and stuff, but it also has a button up front that you push to turn the lights on. I think that's what we're about to start working on, is that whole assembly. So what do we need first? F1. Let's see, where's our F1? Here's our Fs. I'm assuming F1 on there somewhere. F1's the big base. So I think this is basically, you can kind of see what the footprint of this whole thing's gonna be, or the square, I would say square footage, but it's square inches of this, I think is right here. So that's basically the size. This thing's pretty close to the size this thing's gonna be. So that's F1. Then we got some Ds. We got some more Ds we need here. Which one were the Ds? This one. So we need D26 here. Very carefully. D26, D23, and 24. 23 and 24 are these two right here. Come on. These little ones, man, you just be careful. I feel like you can break them pretty easy. So this one has pretty good nub on it. Definitely want to get that off there. I think some of this stuff might end up being moving parts. I'm not for sure. So I want to make sure that everything is really nice and smooth, or at least against moving parts. I really don't know how this is going to work. I'm not going to lie to you. So what do we have? So we have 23 facing, and I always, by the way, I always just kind of leave my instructions here and literally orient it in my hands as it is in the instructions. So we have 23 and 24 are going to go together like so. Then it looks like they slide up through this F1. And then I'm going to put the number down. I don't think it matters. I'd rather it down so you don't see it. But it's going to try. I think it can go either way. It's just an X, yeah. So we got to try to push this through without breaking it. Let's see. There it went. Okay, yeah, that wasn't so bad. Yeah, see how that, I don't know if this is going to turn or what. So just with that in mind, oh, this falls right back out. Okay, is there something that's going to hold this? There sure is. Where's D22? So we need D22. This is our little clip that's going to kind of hold this together for us. Yeah. Okay, now how does this fit through? I guess there's a gap. Yeah. I think it's going to have to go here. So there's a little, which piece is that? D24 has a little indent on one side and then 23 on two sides. So, but we got to make sure we go on that indented side on D23, which is this side. This might be a moment where I wish I had grabbed a pair of pliers. A lot of times you can just squeeze this with some pliers instead of your fingers. There it went. No, it went good. I was able to actually get it with my fingers. Now, I don't know if this is supposed to face. It shows it this way. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it in the orientation that they have it. Nice. Okay, now that makes... I think I kind of... See, here we go. I don't know if you can see it, but one of the tabs, because it was fitting so tightly, actually broke. But what I can do, I think, is just push that... just break it all the way off. I mean, that's, you know, when it partially breaks, just break it the rest of the way. That's fine. Hopefully that's not an issue. Hopefully this tab and this tab will keep this assembly together. I think what I'm going to do is just drop. Let me double check. Let me look ahead. I want to make sure I'm not gluing something that... No, this is all just for supposed to be a solid structure. So I'm gonna drop a drop of glue kind of on the very top. There we go. And just let that, as long as it doesn't glue this, I think we're fine. As long as this is able to spin, I think we'll be fine with just putting a drop of glue there. That'll hold that in place. I don't know if that's going to get hidden by something I did. Boy, I hope I did this. Yeah, no, it's all correct looking at the instructions. Okay, we set this aside because it is now called C. This assembly is now known as C, so let's keep that in mind. And what we need is some more Ds, which is D37. Where's D37? Here we go. Well, there's 36. Anybody see D37? Oh, here. Oh, it's the big one right in front of me. Okay, got it. D30. What was I needing? D37, and then 34 and 35 are these two here. Okay. Let's go ahead and clean these up. Okay, so it doesn't say, is this, oh, this is not supposed to be like that. There we go. SG, I don't know which, if it's supposed to go, if it matters, if it goes this way or this way. It doesn't show the number on here, so I'm going to go this way. Before it would show it. 35 goes up top. And 34, it is showing that it matters the orientation of this little notch here. Make sure that orientation is that way, or over on that side. Nice. And now I just need 2 38s, and we'll put this together. Here's the 38s. All right, so the 38s, which are both the same. So I guess I'm gonna try to put, I don't know if I should, again, I don't know if I should put numbers. I don't think it matters, I guess. If the numbers should go out. My worry with these numbers is if they're going to show, you know, if that makes sense. If they're going to, so wherever this assembly ends up, are they going to show? But I don't think that's going to be the case. I think I'm actually building a battery pack right now, which is probably going to go under the floor or whatever. So I guess I'll just not worry about it. I mean, we're not gluing anything. I guess you can always go back and reorientate things if you need to. So that makes this one go this way. I mean, I put them to the outside. I don't know. Probably not the right way. That's okay. Come on. All right. So we have a box. Nicely done. And now we just need a bottom to our box. So where is D36? Here's the bottom to our box. Again, I'm still trying to push from the back side. That's, I don't know, what the instructions said to do. So I'm going to keep doing it. Let me turn that off. That's our 45-minute timer. Trying to just keep these limited to 45 minutes each of these episodes. But let's go ahead. I definitely want to finish up what we're doing. I don't want to stop right in the middle of something. So I think we'll finish off. We are kind of building a housing for the battery pack. So let me just finish this off real quick, and then we'll call that an episode 1 in this new format. Wow, these can be a little tough to, but they do eventually go. There we go. They do eventually all work together. Yeah, we'll finish this off and we'll call it end episode 1 of our new kind of format and of this build. So let me just hurry and get this done. D25. Where is D25? Oh, right there. And this is going to be, it looks like a little switch. Which way does it orient? It orients this way. Goes right in there like so. I think. Oh, no, you know what? This is just going to hold it together. I see. It goes, you push in and pull over, and that's what's going to hold that together. Okay, perfect sense. And then I think all we're going to do is put in our battery, the actual battery pack itself. What does that entail? It looks like we just have to, oh, this is the light. Let me put that back. So in TGB07 V2, you have the battery pack and the little LED that's going to be going in at a later time. But what we need to do here, it looks like, yep, is just, yeah, it's just going to sit in here. Okay, but we're going to feed our wire kind of up through this notch we made here. And then hopefully this fits in firmly like so. And I guess we can go ahead. Actually, you know what? I think we're going to finish there. Looks like it's pretty straightforward. What do? We just feed this through. Feed this through like so. Does this, oh, and this comes all the way up and through. Yes. All the way through. How do we, oh, I see. I see. So that goes there and this turns and locks it in place. Okay. Like that? I think that's correct. Okay, so we lock it in place. We lock it in place. The wire goes back. Oh, I see. Wire goes back behind and through this slot here. So does it just wrap over the top? Yeah. Just wraps over the top through the slot. And then what do we need? D31, and it has spare parts. I don't know what that means, but let's find D31. Where is D31? Oh, I see. There's a bunch of D31, so there must be more of them than we need. So it's these little guys here. Wait, what is D30? Yeah, it's just these little things. If I can get them out without breaking them, this is going to be a tough one. Let's see. Oh, there they went. There we go. I try to just nail them right on the, just push right on the edge of where the cutout is. Because I have a feeling these would be easy to break. So I think we're going to use these, yeah, to just basically just route the wire. Let's see, what are we doing? Okay, so it goes like this. This is our little board. I see it has 2 holes in it. We're going to use one of these to hold it in place here. Let's see. In fact, I think if I put it through the board first, seems like they could just provide a couple little screws for this. Let's see if this one fits a little better, because these tabs don't really want to fit through this board very easily. I do not want to break the little electric board here. I'm sure it's just a little controller for the LED. Now, I did not mute my phone. Let me do that real quick. All right, so we don't have to hear that anymore. This is not the easiest. Let's see. It goes through like that. And then that, I'm assuming, is supposed to go in these holes. See how well this works. Well, yeah. Seem to work. And I guess these maybe get used at a later point. Let's see. I'll just set them to the side. All right. Well, there we go. So I guess that's our... yeah, battery pack for, yeah, and there's a screw here, so we'll be able to put our batteries in there, which I don't even think I have any batteries at the moment. I'll have to get some later. All right, and now, yeah, exactly, that's what I thought. So we're going to use these guys to kind of route. So we can see we've got, just 2 more. So we've got 2 places here. This will help us just kind of route the wiring. Can you guys see this? So there's a pair of holes here, just to help, I guess, hold this wiring that comes from the battery pack, or goes from the battery pack to the, I think that's like a little LED controller board. These are tough. So I guess take your time. Yeah, these are tough. Let's see. Nope. There we go. I think I got that one. Yeah, kind of, I think what's working is to kind of angle them in. So in other words, come in on an angle and then force it in like so. Make sure we've got our wires also in there. At least I don't have a face cam right now, otherwise you see my tongue sticking out as I do this. Because that is what helps in situations like this. Always just stick your tongue out a little bit. I don't know why that is a thing that we do when we're concentrating. Why do you stick your tongue out? I have no idea, but I just realized I was doing it. Okay, there's one side, and if I get the other one. There we go. Let's see if we can kind of pull that like so, and then tighten it down. Yeah, I guess that does the job. I don't know. Kind of keeps the wires from flying around, I suppose. Now, what are we doing? So I did that, which instructions have it kind of facing this way. What does it say? Okay. I guess it's just telling me to flip it over. Okay, I don't know why that's necessary. But what we need is we're going to need F10, which is here. And we're going to need, what is it, P2, P2, P3, P4. Where are the Ps? Where are the Ps? Those are E's, G's, H's. Okay, where are the P's? This is I's. I'm reading that correctly. P2, yeah, where are the... Oh, I bet you know what. Is this them? Do these have yeah, it does say TGB07, TGB07. Okay. So I guess I'm going to have to assume it's these guys right here. Here we go. Two, three. So this is interesting because these aren't actually labeled in any way. So basically just telling us the bag. They give us a number P2, P3, P4. I don't... Yeah, there's nothing telling me that that's what this is, but that's, I mean, other than just matching... Yeah, matching them up. So like that, like that. Okay. So we'll go with it. So how do we do this? Let's see. We've got P2 and then P4, which is this one, is going to go here. P2 is here. And then I think we got to make sure this orients correctly. So it's going to be here. Or I guess it really doesn't matter. I don't know. So we make a little topless, bottomless box out of that. And then let me swap sides with these. Here's our, whoops, knocked our bookcase down. This is sitting, I'm going to try to orient it like they have it. Oh, they have it sitting like this. Yeah, like that. And so this, which I just completely fell apart in my hand. Wonderful. Okay, let's do this again. Let me make sure I orient this correctly. So this goes to the back like this. So if you look, I'll show you what I'm talking about as far as orienting. I don't know how much it matters, but so you can see this tab here is in the center. This tab's off center. So I wanted to make sure, kind of have that where it should go now. Coming off of here, yeah, we've got these two, got that. So these two here, this back one goes, so it goes this way. So the one that's off center hits this back hole here. From what I can tell, the one centered hits the front hole there. I think that is correct. You know what? I think it's going to be easier if I just do it this way. me go ahead and get it started like so. There. Now if I push these in and now put these guys, yeah, that's the easier way to do it. They show you kind of putting it together and then putting the whole unit in, but that, I think it's easier. Just go ahead and put the two with the tabs in first and then add your sides. There we go. Okay. And then we're going to get J24. What is J24? Where are you at? It's going to be a decal somewhere on here. Oh, it's a little price tags. Okay. So this is like in fact, it's well, actually I guess this is in euros. So it's 9.9 euros. So J24, it just kind of sticks on there. And I think that's all I'm going to do with it. So, oh wait, I completely missed a step. Aha. Let me put J24 back. And you guys were probably yelling and screaming because I completely missed a step. Let's pull this guy out. We forgot, where did I put it? I just had F10. I swear to God I had it. I did grab F10, didn't I? Yes, I've already punched it. What did I do with it? Here it is. Is this it? No. I think for future, one thing I'm going to definitely have to do for future videos is better organized, because I have literally lost, I'm sure y'all are screaming, you know where it's at. I have lost F10. Perfect. That was F10. I have punched it out already. What did I do with it? This isn't F10, is it, or is it? Oh, this is it. Okay, I'm an idiot. There we go. All right, so actually I needed to place F10 first. So this, it goes like this. This has to go in here first. So we're going to do the same thing we just did, just in F10 first. Like so. And then it goes in here. Like so. There we go. And now we need J24. What'd I do with you? Here you are. And we put J24 as essentially a price tag. In fact, I'm going to put it right up here on, I guess what's going to be just a little, a little carton of something. Okay, do you see what happened there? So I don't know why I easily missed that. If you're building this, try not to miss F10 there. All right, good. So now we need B11, B14, 15, 16, and 17. Where are my B's at? Here we go. All right, so what did I say? B11 first. This is a very heavy board, much thicker than the other ones. So oh, here they all are. B11. Try again. I don't want to break any of the tabs off. B11. B14. B15, 16, 17. Okay. 15, 16 is here. I don't know if you guys can see what I'm doing. 16 and 17. Okay. So I think I'm going to start with 11. Now, again, I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to look here. So we're making stairs. These are essentially our toe kicks here, I guess. So I want to make sure and put that number in ways going inside. I'm afraid I think I did these backwards where I have the numbers on the outside. I'm afraid I'm hoping something goes, actually it's probably going to go in front of that, so it's not going to matter. But on this, I'm definitely going to make sure my numbers, the part numbers, are hidden. So I'm going to go B11 here, and then we have B17. Was that this one? Yeah. B17 goes this way, like so. Make sure you guys can see what I'm doing. Oh, something I want to do too. So again, there's a tab, one of the little nubs here where we pulled it out. If I was to try to put this in flush, that might keep it from completely going flush. So I want to make sure and clean up these parts so they're nice and smooth. And again, you can just use your finger. You can feel where those nubs are. Yeah, so now when I stick to these together, it should go nice and flush. Like that, and not have any gaps. Any gaps here, which you start adding a gap there, and then it adds a gap here, and that gap, and it will compound. And when you go to try to put something in, you can't get it to fit because you've got all these small little gaps. Just make sure, sand them nice and smooth. Let's see, next is B16. Again, I want to try to smooth out any imperfections, especially right around these tabs. Like so. And then, so it goes this way. In B16, we want to go, well, this is interesting. So I was trying to hide the numbers. You know what? And by trying to hide the numbers, I actually did this wrong. So let's pull this one back out. This actually has to orientate. These parts actually have to orientate in a specific direction. So we've got a tab over here, tabs over here, tabs over here. So in order to do that, the numbers are actually going to show on what I would think is the outside. What's actually on what I would think is the outside of the stairs, but I guess there's probably going to be, we're going to cover this stuff. I'm assuming. I don't know. We'll find out. So this one has to orient. So this goes like so. That has to go that, it has to go that way. That's the only way I can do it, right? Yeah. This one has to go, no. Well, I'm a little confused. So that has to go this way, but it seems like that's way off. It can't go, that's the only way it can go. It's the way it has to go. Okay, so. Let's do it. That has to be over on, this angled side does go over here. So this has to go like that, which seems a little wrong, but I guess that's right. Then we have B14, which is this guy. Let me clean it up real quick. Like so. Let me fix my phone, my timer over there. There we go. All right, so yeah, this has to orient this way. You really have to watch your orientations when you're doing this, which is this way. I almost did it backwards. It goes like so. Which again, it really makes me feel like this B16 is just not correct. But it has to go that way. How does this, let me see. Yeah, this one has to go this way. So I guess that is, even the number is upside down, the B16. There's no way I can make that work any other way. So it has to go like that. I guess we'll find out here in a second when we move on to the next step. So this will go here. And then we have C3. Where's my C's? Whoops, just knocked B12 loose. Guessing, yeah. So we've got C3, which is this guy here. Again, let's carefully try to get that out of here. And this slides in here. So this is going to be the moment of truth. Does all that work together? Seems to be fine. Let me go and smooth these out. Yeah, that seems to be right. So strangely, or at least to me, in my brain, strangely, so B11's correct orientation, and then B16, B15, at least the number of letters are upside down. So it just seems, in my brain, it seems wrong, but it's obviously right because here we are. You can look at it and it's right. So next we need C5. This is my C sheet here. Here's C5. Well, that'll work. Let's pop C5 out of here. And that's going to go up top again. Let's give it a quick once over. And it orients this way. So this hole needs to go forward, or at least what I'm considering forward. And it also has to slide on like this, I think. There it is. You can hear, I don't know if y'all can hear that, how tight they fit. It's kind of nice. And now I need F7. So we're going to go back to our F sheet, which is basically F is our printed sheet. And we need F9. I think I might have said F7. We actually need F9. There we go. Let's go ahead and clean this up a little bit. Yeah. This leaves a slight little nub behind, which is to be expected, obviously. I mean, they have to perforate it in some way. Again, I mentioned this last video. I should probably mention it again. Just using a coarse sanding stick. I bought a pack of these, probably off Amazon, I'm sure, but just a pack of sanding sticks that goes from ultra fine all the way down or up, or whichever way you want to say, to coarse. I'm just using the coarse stick out of it. You can use, like I said before, you can just use a nail file. Works well for this kind of thing. Or you can spend money on these. That's, your call. But this has to go, how is this oriented? Let's see. Goes like that. And then this goes here and there. Okay. Which is, it's interesting. There's a hole in here that doesn't seem to be not being used. So I don't know. I guess we're going to put something in there later. It's kind of, thought we'd have done that first. But anyways, let's see. All right. And then now we need C8. Where is C8? Back to our C sheet. And C8 is already colored black for us. I'm very careful. This is very thin little pieces. Just clean the top side up just a little bit. This is already colored. I don't want to sand this too much. I don't want to, because I think this is, this all shows. This is all part of it. So if I sand it too much, I don't want to discolor. So I think I'll just kind of leave it, to be honest with you. And this goes here, and then these plug in. I can always go back and add some paint. If I wanted to, I could add some paint on there. You can see, maybe you guys, I don't know if you guys can see via YouTube or not, but it's this side, these sides are nice and black, and then this almost looks like a brown stain here. So it is a little different in color. And if you really wanted to take your time with it, you can go and just paint this whole thing black and then have it all one solid color. I'm really concerned about the way these numbers. Okay, I'm just gonna keep going. I'm really concerned how the part numbers show, and there's no way. No, there is no way to not have that. Okay. So now we're gonna bring this guy back over, set it in this orientation. This is going to sit. Let me make sure you guys can see what I'm looking at. Right up here. So I need to get this oriented correctly. Well, still need to get this oriented correctly and this oriented correctly. And it can be take a little time to kind of figure it out. Okay, so it goes here and here. We got, this is where our hole's going to come in. The hole that I was talking about underneath the staircase, this is where it's going to come in, play a role. It's going to line up. It's going to line up with this hole here. And then it looks like we're going to use B12. In fact, I need B12 before we even do this. B12 is what's going to hold. B12 is what's going to hold the two together. Where is B12? Which is, Looks like it's just a little peg. Did B12 already pop out at some? Oh, it did. Here we are. Is this whole thing B12? No. Oh, again, my dyslexia is B22. B22, not B12. Boy, sometimes I sound like I'm calling a bingo game. We need B22, not B12. Here it is. I was about to say, I thought it should be a lot smaller piece. Come on out of there. Here it went somewhere. All right, and it looks like, yeah, it looks like what we're going to do, and it goes in the, I don't know, we'll call it the vertical. Again, if you can see that, it goes in the vertical orientation here, and it looks like it's going to give a little gap just to give some space, like a step up, I guess you would say. Right, it goes there, and then this goes on top of that here. Let me get it. Well, come on, there we go. Snapped into place. Yeah, see how it gives it. So what we're doing, we're building some steps, and that keeps that. Can you see that? So we got step up, and that little piece gave us the gap we need to make that happen. Okay, very nice. And now, what is this talking about? So this is remove the blue film. We saw that last episode. We set those parts aside. Here we are. If I can pick it up, there we go. I have to assume it's this. It's the only thing that has a blue film on it. So it says remove. I would definitely want to read this before we move forward. Remove the blue film on the front side before using. All right. So I guess we're about to make a mirror, obviously. This is saying non-film side. Use the double-sided tape, and we're going to put it on F2. So let's find F2. I'm assuming this is F2. Yes, it is. Okay. Now, which way? The next question. Okay, so it has to orient this way. So I'm pretty sure we're going to tape this on. Oh, I mean, it doesn't matter, really. I wonder why it says non. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, anyways. F2, F5. Yeah, so we're just gonna tape this thing on like this. So here's our double-sided tape. I'm assuming this is what we're supposed to use. It says double-sided tape, but it's showing. Is this the double-sided tape we're supposed to use? Sure. Looks like it. Okay. This is the only I believe this is the only tape I have. So, see if we can get this going. I think it shows just cutting it in some strips. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut a strip to go up here. A strip to go to the other side here. Like so, and then it has a couple of the same thing on down here. On down each leg, we'll put a couple. I think most important, the ends. The ends here will be most important to keep it from pulling away. That's gonna be like that. I think we're doing this right. We'll find out. So let's put this more in the middle here. There we go. And then I'm assuming this is the double-sided tape, and it'll have a. This will be a backing paper, I hope. Maybe. Okay, this. Oh, it is there. Wow, you cannot see it. Okay, I didn't even think the backing was coming off. The tape, you can't even see it, but there is tape left behind there. I thought it wasn't, the backing paper wasn't even coming off, but it is. Yeah, look at that. Okay, very good. So let's go ahead and pull all this off. Sometimes this tape can be really tough. I've had some double-sided tape in some of these kind of projects where it is near impossible to get the backing paper off once you know, at this point. So sometimes you just, or well, what I do a lot of times when it's like that is just ditch the tape and glue it on, you know, glue whatever it is on. But this tape actually worked pretty well. Okay, so we want to make sure, I think we probably want to take this, what's going to be most important is to line up on the bottom. On the bottom down here, I want to line this up. I don't want a gap underneath. I don't want a gap underneath. Oh, wow, and it comes right to the top, right to the edges. It really does fit kind of perfectly, I guess, so. You get a little bit of leeway. You can see this little bit of gap I have. Maybe you can see this little bit of gap I have here. That's about all you have to work with. So yeah, just be careful and take your time with that part. Okay. And so now what? Oh, I see. So it's saying, okay, so it's showing us how to orient this here, which makes 0 sense to me. It says hole orientation. Oh, because it's just showing the back side. Okay, so that's the back side this way. And yeah, it just slides in right here. I don't know why they're making such a deal about it. I'm sure I'll find out later when I've done it wrong. But let me see. This is a little tough to get this. So there's a hole in a tab here, which is a little tough because it's wedged in there. And I do not want to break this. There it went. So you just take your time, slowly wedge it in like so. And I think that should be correct. Looks kind of cool. Can y'all see that? Looks kind of cool. You can probably see the reflection of the messy workshop. But anyways, I think that's correct. Pay attention to the direction. I hope I have the direction correct. Yeah, okay. So it's actually easier to see. Have I missed something? Hold on just a second. I feel like, let me unfold this. Okay, so we just did that. When did we put the bookcase in? We didn't, right? Am I turning 2 pages of this? Oh, okay, it helps. So these pages can stick together a little bit. Maybe just turn 1 page at a time and you won't confuse yourself as to what the heck's going on. All right, there we go. Now, well, look at that. We're going to put the bookcase in. All right, perfect. Yeah, and I can see now, I don't know if you guys can see, but that this is what they were talking about, making sure to be oriented correctly, and I can see that it is. So now we're going to put this bookcase we built earlier. It's going to go in, let's see, this is setting like so it's going to go this way. Yeah. And I don't know if you guys can hear the vacuum in the background. I hope you can't. I guess when I go to do this video, I'll find out if you can or not. I'm hoping you cannot, but if you can, I'm very sorry. The vacuum's actually running downstairs. We're upstairs. And the vacuum's running downstairs, and it's kind of loud. I hope you can't hear it. It's it's a Roomba or a robot vacuum thing. There we go. Very good. Now, let's, what do we got next? We need P7, we need P6, 7, 8, and 9. So where are the P's? I think the P's were out of that bag. That's right. They were out of here. Which is actually showing us right here. If I'd pay attention, this is where it's referencing a bag, which is TGB07. Here's TGB07. So let's see. So here we've got to try to find the pieces that match, really. So that's P8. There should be another little circle one, which is P9. And then we've got guys shaped like that. It doesn't even, oh, here they are. I think this is, let's see, these are the only two that look like this. I don't know what the difference, oh, I see, yeah. So that's P7 and this is P6. All right. So what do we want to do? We want to take P9 on the bottom. Oh, these have pieces that need knocked out of them, I see. So these little middle sections, and you got to be real careful, or at least through experience, you want to be real careful and just knock out this middle section. Make sure you guys can see that. Knock out that middle section and not break the two outside legs. So it maybe might make it easier is if I try to use, oh boy. Let me see if I can kind of cut it with an X-Acto a little bit. There it went. I think it helps if you just push on the bottom. Yeah, there we go. All right, so now let's put P9. Oh, these two need to slide together like so. Like that, and then there's a, yeah, so there's a, yeah, there's a, see if you can see, this side is a little heavier than this side, a little thicker. That goes down into P9, the heavier side, I guess we'll call it. And they make it pretty easy, so it will only, it will only fit one way. It will only fit into P9, it won't fit into P8, so that's nice. P8 on top. Now it has these lines. You guys probably won't be able to see it. You can see it in the instructions. It has these, P8 has these little lines on it. We need to, I guess those probably need to go a certain direction, which is, I don't know, like this, I guess. Okay. And then that is going to go in, well, it's pretty straightforward, into the X here. And they show those lines, the line in orientation being like this here. So there's a line here and a line here. I don't know if it matters. Probably doesn't, but might as well do what they've got. So there we go. And next, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah. Next, we are going to J43. The J's are this decal sheet. J43 is this guy. It's actually a big one. So, oh, I see. That's why those lines are on there. So I'm glad I did orient it. So do not cover the pattern. What the hell does that mean? Do not cover the pattern. It's going to come. All right. Well, let's just pull this loose. Now, here's what's interesting. So, you know what I'm going to do real quick? What did I do with that box lid I showed y'all? Yeah. So what we're doing right now, you can kind of see it. You can kind of see it here. We're making this paper that's hanging. I think you see it better here. You can see there's a paper hanging off this table that it goes on the table and then folds off and comes away there. My thing is, so this is going to be all sticky on the back of it. That I don't want to have, again, so last episode when we did these little signs, they wanted us to just put them on there and it leaves exposed adhesive, essentially sticky, the sticky adhesive, just exposed, which in my experience, and you end up getting all kinds of dust, over time, if this is sitting out, you get all kinds of dust bunnies and whatever. It sticks to that and you can't clean it. So if I have this big old thing hanging off the table, which you can see they give us orientation lines here too. Can you see the line going here and here? But then we're gonna have all of this just hanging off the table, which that is absolutely gonna collect who knows what. So what I think I'm gonna do, hopefully I have something laying around. I'm going to cover this whole backside with paper. Not the whole backside. So, because I think this is going to stick to the ground, right? Yeah. So we're going to have, this is a lot of discussion over just a simple decal, but I think we need to go over this. So this side is going to stick to the table. This bottom edge here is going to stick to the floor. Everything in between is just kind of hanging there like it's a long paper that's hanging off the table. So all this is going to be exposed. So what I want to do is find something. Do I have anything laying around near me? A piece of paper would be what I'm looking for. What can I did not prepare for this. So what I might do, let me stick this here just for a second. You hold that. And what I think I'm going to do is just take some of the instruction manual. Yeah, I'll take some of the very first page here. I'm going to cut it. I'm going to cut a piece of it. This is no longer needed, so I can use it. Okay, and then where did I do my sticker? How much of this do I actually need? I'm going to try to need from here. Let's see, let me make sure you guys can see what I'm doing. So this from here to here is going to be on the table. All the way to here. I'll have that held again. I'm going to try to cut as straight a line across as I can. And then I'm going to stick this. Yep, I think that's going to work like so. There we go. And that'll cover all that backside there. Trim it with some scissors. I think this will work. Hopefully this will work. I'm going to keep this paper in case I need it for later. Let me slide this back over now. It has these lines here that orient on the table with the lines there. So that's how they show it. And then they kind of just show it hang like so. Okay. So if you can see that, now we have a, I guess it's supposed to be like a newspaper or something that's hanging off the table. There's going to be a book that sits on here, which makes it more realistic. Obviously, this would just fall off the table. But now back here, this isn't all just sticky sticker, right? Does that make sense? So that's not going to catch every piece of dust that flies by in the air. So I think that's gonna work well for us. And then now, like I said, there's going to be, I guess, a stack of books, which we're going to work on now, which is A7. Where are the A's? So we're going to take A7. Where are you at? Oh, here you are. A7, and then it's B. Oh, we need A15, so let's grab that one while we're here. A15, and we're going to need B21, which is going to be the peg between them. Okay. And we need, what did I say, B21, Where are you? Over here. 21 is this bottom one here. If I can, wow, these are tiny little. Let's see if I can just pop it with the scissor, the end of the scissors here. There we go. Where'd you go? Oh, there it is. Okay. So let me smooth these out a little bit. If I can now find, here it is, my file. Okay. And there's our timer for this episode. So let's, I'll just finish this up here. We're going to finish up the book, kind of finish up this step, which will be perfect because it'll end this page. So let me get this cleaned up a little bit. And now what we want to do, this is A15. This is going to pop in this little spacer, I guess it is. And then A7 goes on top of that. I think we're just making a thick, yeah, we're just making a thick book. And then we're going to want J26. It's 25, 26, this blue one here. And again, I did this in the last episode with one of the books on the bookcase. I think what's most important is to line up the spine. So that's what I'm going to line up, is the spine to the boards here. And then wrap the covers. Like so, and I think that works pretty good. Okay. Yeah. And then we lay this book down on those lines. Yeah, they have the, I hope you guys can see, they have like orientation lines to make it easy for you. And I like it and I don't like it. What I do like is that it makes it easy. You know where to put everything. But what if I wanted the books like this? For whatever reason, if I wanted to do the book in a different orientation, well, then you have these black lines that stand out. So you're kind of forced into putting it how they want you, into doing it how they want you to do it. But I don't know. I guess that's okay. And then we're just going to use double-sided tape. Am I supposed to... Does anything go on top of this book? Where'd that box lid go? Oh, yeah. There's going to be a teacup that goes on top. Because I don't know if you can see here, there's another orientation line, or there's a little X right here. But I wanted the cover of the book to be up, so that I think that teacup's going to sit right there. That's what that's for. Anyways, so let's go ahead and put one of these sticky dots down. This is what we're going to stick it down with. Sometimes glue is just easier. There we go. Come on off of there. And then line it up with those orientation lines, like so. And there you go. We have a table, book, and some kind of paper hanging off. Here, let's flip to the next page. I mean, it looks like we've got some plants. So all the plants are in here. Let's see, we've got TGB07, TGB07. This, to me, looks like P10, and then we need P11. What is P11? Here it is. P11. This way. Yeah, that's P11. So that's another thing. I know I've mentioned this in the previous videos. The parts in these bags are not, they'll label them on the instructions, say like this is labeled as P10. Well, nowhere is it actually labeled P10 in the real life. All you get is the bag that it comes in. So you kind of have to just match them up, I suppose. So now what they want us to do is just cut an end off of this. Is there a particular one, or are they all the same? Looks like they're all the same, so it doesn't matter which one we cut, and I think we want to cut it. Looks like we're going to go up 1, 2, I think. Yeah, I think we're going to cut it right here. There we go. And then they just want us to tuck that into this little, I guess, vase type type thing. Is that going to stay in there? How exactly? I guess you just got to shove the heck out of it. I don't know if it's going to fit in here, is it? Can I twist it in there? Get in there. Yeah, if you just really go at it, you can get it to kind of stick itself in there. I feel like that's going to come shooting across the room at some point, but I guess it's going to hold itself. You know what I can do? Yeah, exactly. That was what I felt like was going to happen. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cut one more. This might be the wrong move, but I'm going to cut one more, I don't know, I guess layer of leaves off. See if this will fit a little better, a little easier. Get in there. And then, okay, yeah, that works fine. And I think what I'm going to do, where's this thing going? It's going to be sitting on the floor there. Yeah, it's just going to be sitting on the floor. So you know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to drop, I feel like that's going to come out pretty easy. So I think I'm going to drop just a little, just a drop of CA in there. Let that run down, catch those leaves. Let's let that dry up. How can I do this? I guess I can just hold, you know what I can do? I've got activator. I'm going to take this off camera. There we go. Just give it a squirt, and I glued my fingers, all right? Now, where does this go? So we've got a P12, which again comes from the same bag and is this is pretty recognizable. It's like a teacup or coffee mug or whatever this is. So that is going to use one of these guys. These are the little double-sided tape. They're essentially little double-sided tape discs or circles. And you can see, let me move this over so you can see. Everything is marked where things go. So we've got an X right here. I don't know if you guys can see it or not, but there's an X on the top of this book. So I just put my double-sided tape disc circle thing right on top of that. Pull this backing. Am I getting it? You never can tell if you're pulling the backing or the whole thing off. Let's see. Yeah, that's pulling it all. Yeah, again, I think I mentioned this last time. Sometimes, and if I was probably doing this not for video where I'm trying to build this by the instructions, I would just use glue. Sometimes glue is easier. I could just put a dot of glue right there, stick the mug on it, and be done. But I want to follow the instructions, which, there we go, I just got it. The whole point in these builds, I think, or a big part of it, is that you don't need glue, you don't need any tools. So I'm gonna try to follow that. So let's go ahead and stick that down. So now we have a cup sitting on a book. And then this, I think it shows it going on this X right there, which to me, it seems like these stickers are going to be too big. So what's going to happen, and this has been going on every part of this build, if you've been following along. So with this being too big, I mean, I guess I could trim it down. You could trim it down. The problem is if you use this little disc here and then you stick it here, you're going to end up with exposed adhesive, and everything in the world is going to stick to that. As if you sit this out, if you actually want to use this and use it as a display, any piece of dust that floats by is going to stick on that. So what I think I'm going to do instead is do exactly what I just said I would do. Let me level this up some. I'm going to sit this underneath here just to make this level, or more level. That's not even tall enough because I'm using this. I'm using super thin CA glue. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop a piece of CA glue right there and just glue it on. But I'm using this super thin CA glue. So if this isn't kind of level, it'll run on me, and I don't want that to happen. But just dot of glue and then set it there, and we'll let that dry. I think we'll let that dry on its own. I don't want to spray it. I don't know how any of this stuff will react to the accelerant for CA glue, so I'm just going to let it dry on its own, I think. It'll probably haze up a little bit there, but that we can just polish that off. But I think that's going to be the best way to go about doing that. Let me move this out of the way and we can move forward. But there's been a lot of steps to this where you end up with kind of, because they're just using, let me show you guys if y'all are just joining us. They're using a sheet of, this is basically contact paper that's been printed on and then cut. So they're essentially stickers, but there's a lot of times that the backs of these stickers, the adhesive sides, are just open to the air. And that really does create a dust magnet for you. So that's the one thing I would mention about these particular kits here, or at least this brand. I haven't done any of the other ones, but that's something you might want to think about. I've just been backing them with paper, and then that, just leaving the adhesive that needs to stick, backing the rest of it with paper, and that solves the problem. Anyway, let's see what we have to do next here. We need A13. Let me grab our board of A pieces, which we have. It looks like all of these are going to end up being books at some point. But where is A13? Is this one? So we have A13, and we're going to need B26. I might as well get that one ready. This is our B board, so B26 is right here. If I can, let me flip it over. Pop out of there. Some of you got to be real careful with these little ones, or at least I feel like you got to be careful, because I feel like you can break them where they're not supposed to break. There we go. And I've got a problem. I've put my file. I need my file. I've used it as my leveling device. I think that should be fine, because I want to file off these little nubs you get from pulling those off the sheets or sprues or whatever they're called. Like so. This one definitely has some little nubs on it. We want to get these off just to make sure things fit appropriately. All right, now we need, speaking of this contact sheet, we've got J2, which is this one here. And we're gonna go make sure we've got a hole in this. We gotta make sure it lines up with this. But I've been trying to line up the spines. Like, I don't want, you put this on here, and I've just dealt with decals too much that I know that sometimes you put this on there, you wrap it around, and the spine doesn't line up, or that edge won't line up. So what I've been doing is lining up the spines like this to make sure that I know my spine is good, the spine of the book in this case, and then folding my covers around. And then you might end up with some extras or whatever, but at least you know your spine is good. And I can always trim. I can trim that extra decal off if I need to. I don't know. That's the way I've been going about it. I think that's probably your best game plan as far as these little books go. Does that make sense? So now I know my spine is lined up, and then however my covers are, though, they should be good. Okay, so we need it this way. Where did our little piece go? This goes like so. And these fit tight sometimes. There we go. And you gotta be real careful, or at least I feel like you gotta be real careful. You gotta give a lot of pressure to get these little pieces in there. So I'm trying to be pretty strategic with where I apply that pressure. If I put too much pressure on the end here, I might break it off. So I'm gonna make sure I push more strategically, I guess you could say, so that to keep in mind of the fragileness of these little pieces. So that's that. And then this one goes in front here like this, it appears. Let me pull this over so you guys can see a little better. It's going to go right here. Again, I'm being very careful. This piece is kind of loose. I guess that's how it goes. I don't know. Anyways, there we go. There's just a book kind of standing there. Okay. I guess something's going to be holding that up at some point. I don't know. Now, next, we have B24. I always go back. By the way, I always go back and scan where I just came from. Make sure I didn't miss anything. That really comes from years and years of Lego building. If you've built Legos ever in your life per the instructions, it's inevitable that you've missed something in a step, moved 5 steps forward, and then figuring out what in the world went on. So it's become habit for me to always check the previous step that I was working on. Did I make sure and not miss anything, and then go back to the next, move on to the next step, which is Again, the instructions in this thing say to punch from the backside. It'll help reduce the amount of spurs on there, so I'm going with it. I mean, the easy way to reduce those spurs, again, is just take your file. It can be just a fingernail file. This, for me, is a coarse sanding stick that I have from a set of sanding sticks. Just give it a quick file. That'll take care of it. Let me move this back over, and this guy goes here. Always make sure, the other thing I always want to make sure is that I get it nice and flush all the way down. I don't want to have any gaps. I do think if I was building this on my own, I was just noticing it with this bucket here, I would probably be gluing this stuff to make it more permanent. But again, trying to build it like the instructions say, which is without glue. So we'll see how it turns out in the end. Well, I mean, there's been spots of glue, but we'll ignore that. Anyway, so now we have, what do we got here? We're going to make some more books. So we've got B4. That's not B's. Here we go. B4 is here. I've been putting so sometimes these pop out kind of when you don't want them to, so I've been just making a pile over here so I know where they're at. My very organized, disorganized pile over there. So we've got B4, and B4 is going to get J6 from the sticker sheet. Where is J6? 5, 6. Well, what do you know? J6 is right below J5. And this is all just basically rinse and repeat. So we've got 4, and I don't think it really matters. That, you know what I need to do, though? I'm going to put that right there for the time being. And now I'm going to smooth these out because I do want to have smooth edges here. Okay. Carefully unstick my sticker. Okay, please don't. Thank you. Okay. Again, I'm going to line up the spine. Let me do this a little closer so maybe you guys can see. Is this focusing, I hope? Hopefully this is focusing and you can see that I'm lining up this spine and then wrapping the front and back covers. And now I know my spine is nice and good. And then I can trim. Well, I say I can trim if I can find my X-Acto. I'm going to trim the extra here because I don't want it folding over on me like it is right now. Come on. Might be time to change the X-Acto blade. There we go. I think that's going to be okay. And then where does this book? Oh, I see. We're going to make an entire stack of books. So let me just get the books together first. So we have B3 times 2. I think here's one of the B3s that had came off already. Here's another B3. Put these over there. So this is B3 times 2. Again, let's clean them up a little bit. It's B2. Okay. And now we're going to stack them. And J25. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and drop some glue on this. So I don't have to sit here and try to hold, because apparently what we're going to do is we're going to hold these together and then wrap them with the decal, and the decal is what's going to hold them together. I'd rather go ahead and have mine held together with just a drop of glue. Like so. And then what are we using? J25. J25, yeah, J25. Where is J25? Oh, here it is. Okay. And now we got to make sure and orient our book correctly for our decal here. And we'll have 2 spines to line up, just like so. And then we'll wrap them. Beautiful. Okay, and what I think I'm going to do, because we're getting a few books together, I'm going to set what I would, let me get my instructions up here so you can see what I'm about to do here. We're making multiple stacks of books to go in one stack of book, but I don't want to get them mixed up. So I'm going to set the book. So basically I can no longer see the part piece, or the part number. There we go. The part number for the piece that we're doing. So I'm just going to set them right on the instructions here. This book is this one. This 2 stack of books is this one. And then when I go to put all the pieces together, I know which is which. I hope that makes sense. So now we have 4 times B2. So here's 1, 2, 3. And there should be one more over here. 4. So we're going to have 4 of these. Let me give them all a quick file. It doesn't take much, just a quick file, and it gets it nice and smooth. And one more. And I think I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to put just a drop of glue on each one of these. Oh, and I always forget to mention, so I'm using Starbond CA. It literally is the best CA glue out there. And if you want your own Starbond CA glue, there should be a link in the description. It'll get you a little discount if you want to give it a try. They have all different CA glue. Right now, I've literally used this stuff so much that I'm down to just 1 bottle of super thin or super fast thin CA. I usually use the medium stuff, but I've literally used it all up. I need to give them a call and try to get some more. Here we go. Now we have a 4 times stack of books, I guess we would say. Stack of books 4 high. I'm just going to give it a quick squeeze to let it stick together a little bit. All right. Well, nope, not long enough squeeze. Again, I could use the accelerant. Make it go quicker, but I think that's all right. What is the J16? Is our book cover. Where is J16? It should be a taller one, I would think. Yeah, here we go. J16. Line up these spines. Like so. Wrap them. There we go. There's a 4 times stack of books. And now again, I'm just going to set it right on the instruction where it goes, because we're going to have another 4 stack of books, and I don't want to confuse them. Make sure I'm doing them the correct way. We got 4 times B1. That's all over here. There they are. And we're going to do the exact same thing we just did, basically. So I think I've decided we're gonna name this series I'm doing here, this kind of, it's essentially a 45 minutes of almost like a live recording. It is live recording. Just not shown live. I don't know however you say that. But it's basically a 45-minute live recording. I think we're gonna call this, I'm just gonna call it On the Bench. So it's basically, what am I working right now on the workbench or the crafting table or whatever, you want to call this table that I work on here. We'll call it On the Bench. And then so that way, because I think at some point we're going to have multiple projects going on at the same time. Because obviously there's going to be times when I need to let glue dry, or I need to let paint dry, or, there's going to be projects you're working on where there's going to be downtime where you can't really move forward. So I'll have to move in another project. So it could be multiple projects, whatever, all the different projects going on that are on the bench right now. And I think that's what we'll call the series. Made sense to me. Let me know what you think. If you have a better name, just let me know down in the comments. But I think that's what I've kind of come up with to name this series. Okay, what do we need? J38, 37, 38. Here we go. All right, line the spines up again. Like so, and then wrap. That wrapped a little crooked. I think I can fix it up a little bit. There we go. There we go, not too bad. All right, so there is all our different stacks of books. Now we can put this together, which is basically, let me move this back a little more in frame. That's what we put this peg here for. Basically, is we're just going to slide the books. It's what's going to hold the books for us. So we want this one to go this way. Where are we at? Come on. I'm starting to wonder now, maybe we didn't want to glue these books. You know what I can do, what I'm going to do. I have a tray, where did I put it? Stuff sitting on it. I'm gonna grab a smaller sanding stick. I think I have some that are gonna work perfect. Here we go. And I'm just gonna sand, will this fit in here? Yep. Try it. Open this up a little bit. I think when we glued these together to kind of hold them while we put the book cover on, you could easily be off just enough to make it a little tougher to slide down our peg here. But I think this will open it up, or at least that's my hope. Yep, that did the trick. There we go. So I think I'll do that with each one. What's the next? What goes on next? Is it the other stack of 4? So I think I'll run this down it just the same way, if I can. This peg hole is a little tighter than the one previously. Let me just see if it'll fit. Which way does, I want to make sure it goes the right way, this way. There we go. Yeah, so just a little light sanding will do the trick, it looks like. So next is the stack of 2. There we go. And it'll go this way. Why can I not figure out how that one? There we go. All the way on, and then the last one is just going to sit right on top. And I'm wondering, yeah, no, that actually fits pretty firmly. You can pick the whole thing up by that last book. So there we go. Let me give you a little better look. Well, now we've got a stack of books sitting up front there. I wish this didn't show as much, but that is how it is oriented. Let me double check. Yeah, you kind of see the wood grains here, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Seems like you would twist all that around. It is what it is. All right, what do we got next here? They kind of show you. We're gonna put we got a little sticker we got to put on. Where's that guy at? J41, it's this one, which is going to be the power button sticker, I guess you'd call it. I got some dotted lines that it needs to fall in. When I do stickers like this, the way I usually do it, or decal stickers, whatever, I'll use an X-Acto to kind of hold it. That way I can line it up, because we want to try to cover those dotted lines. I don't want those dotted lines showing. and then stick it like so. Well, they still showed. I don't know if you can get around it, but not too bad. Looks all right. All right, progress. Again, I'm double checking, making sure I've got everything handled there. Looks like it. So next we need, we got A15. Where are my A's? We're going to be making more books. I think basically this entire build is just books. It's books and more books. So we need 2 A15s. These just fell off. And I just knocked another one loose. Oh boy, they're all coming loose. That's all right. We'll just stack them up over there. I've got 2 A15s and I need an A10. Were any of those A10? I don't think so. Maybe they were. Where's A10? Oh, here it is. An A10, and then we'll need a B22, a peg that's basically going to hold these together, it looks like. B22. Just this guy. And they're never to be seen again. Hold on a second, let me find this guy. All right. Found it. All right, so let's file these up real quick. All right, so now we go A15 peg thing. I don't know what you call this. And then A10. Like so, and then A15. And then J27 is the book cover. Where's J27? And basically just the same thing we've been doing. Line up the spines like so, and maybe more carefully wrap the covers. There we go. Going a little too quickly with that, the previous ones. And then this goes where? I think it goes right here. I think that's where they're asking for that to go. Right up front here. And then now we're calling this structure, this whole thing, E, is now known as E. It looks like we can set it aside. All right, now what do we got going on? So whatever all this nuttiness is. So we've got I3. Let me move some stuff around. Here's our I's. So what do we have? We have I3. That is not the I's, that's the H's. Where's the I's? Here's the I's. And I need I3, which is one of these. Is it just one of them? Yeah, it looks like it. These are very fragile. This is a very thin sheet. This is almost balsa wood-ish. I don't think it is, but it feels like it. And then J24. What is J24? Oh, it's another price tag. We're going to put another price tag on this. And again, we're going to have a little bit... How do they want this to go? Just in the middle. Okay. Now, let me kind of show you. So I'm going to go ahead and stick this on here. So obviously, it's stuck, it's stuck on this. But there's voids here. So, and all these voids back here is adhesive or sticky, exposed to the air. So anything touches that, it's just going to collect it. But I don't know if there's much we can do about it. It's such a small little area. I have lost my X-Acto. There it is, rolled away. Because there's some little nubs here. I think I can just pop off with an X-Acto knife. There we go. Just to clean it up just a little bit. Okay. And then what do? We've got A11, which is one of these. And it's going with J11 as a book cover. here. Atomic Habits is the name of this book. Okay. Where are we at here? So just, yeah, I don't think it matters. Just make sure it's upright or the right way up. There we go. There's our Atomic Habits. And we need D18. This is all going to assemble together on D18. Where are you at, D18? Here we are. This one. It has to go, yeah, it has to go this way with that D18 kind of showing. All right, there's no way to make that D18 not show, like, because obviously if I flip it, yeah, I mean, it has to, okay. So we want, yeah, this is going to go right up front here. That fits very loosely. And then the book pushes in front of it. I guess this is a little bit of a sales rack we're making here. But that fits very loosely in there. What are we doing with this? I think I'm going to put a spot of glue on the little, let me glue everything together. I'm going to put a little spot of glue on this guy because it is fitting very loosely. I'm trying to use very little bit, and there was way too much. Perfect. And hopefully I've set that over here. Now hopefully that glue will run down and glue this permanently to the table. That's what I plan on it happening. So now it looks like we're going to do this basically 3 times. So let me go ahead and punch. Are they all D18? Okay, so we need D18 and then D16. Might as well get everything we need all at once here. So D18, D16. There's the other I3s, which are over here somewhere. Where did I put them? Yep. Nope. Yep. Oh, it's in my hand. Okay, very carefully. These really are very fragile filling. I do not want to break them in half. There we go. And then what do we have? J12 and, no, A11. So 2 more A11s. Okay, easy enough. Let's go ahead and put our books together first, I suppose. And we'll start with the first one, which is going to be J12. Where are you at, J12? You know what? This one I can't even tell the spine, so I think I'm going to have to wrap it by the cover. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's not the spine. I would have goofed that up. So that one I wrapped by the cover, not by the spine, because I couldn't really tell what the spine was, because you can see the spine is very minimal. I'm going to set that one right there on the instructions again where it goes, so I know which is which. And then now I need J13. And this one has a very distinct spine, so I want to make sure it is definitely lined up. And there we go. So let's set it where it goes in the instructions. Then each one of these guys has its own little sales tag, I guess you would say, call it. A little price tag on it. So let's grab those. There we go. And one more. Perfect. And then now up here we've got D18. Again, this goes in here. Let's see how well it fits. So yeah, they fit very loosely. So I think we'll just kind of do the same thing. We'll pop some glue on it on the back side. Oh good, this one did not glue to the table. That's good news. Yep, let's see here. Just gonna hold it in place, give it just a touch of glue, hopefully just a touch of glue, don't go crazy on me. We'll set it over there to dry, and then we'll do the next one. Which this is D16. D16. Let me file that. Good. All right, and where did you, here we are, here's your sales tag. It fits exactly the same, so we'll just do the same thing. There we go. And I'm just kind of setting them. So with this thin, so I've mentioned this before. I mentioned actually earlier in this video, all I have is a super thin. And this stuff is actually meant when you put two pieces together, like if you're building wood, plastic, whatever, and you have two pieces together, at least this is what I use the super thin stuff for. And you have a seam. Hopefully you guys can kind of see this. I could just run that super thin across here, which it'll seep into that crack, and then you could spray it with the accelerant, and then you've got a fitting. But when you are trying to use it as actual CA glue or regular glue, it's tough to work with because it's so thin it runs everywhere. I usually like to use the medium, at least of the Starbond. I usually use their medium stuff. But like I said, I don't have any. But just to let you know kind of what the purpose of the different your different CA glues or thicknesses or viscosities or whatever you want to call it. That's kind of the idea, or at least that's the way I use them. Take it for what you want. Let's see, we need A1. Where are the A's? Where did my sheet of A's go? Oh, here we are. A1 is here. And we're gonna have to get that little guy out. See if I can pop him out. There we go. And let's clean it up a little bit. Again, just run your finger down it. You can feel, you'll be able to feel where the little nubs are. Okay, we're gonna go, yeah, I guess either way, it doesn't matter. We're gonna go this way. This is the first one we did, and I've now glued it to the table. There we go. Which is gonna go here. Now this, we're gonna have to definitely be a little bit careful with. I want to make sure and push on the piece, it's the base piece itself, not push on the little fragile pieces when I'm kind of shoving this in here. This is the next one in line. Carefully, there we go. Those are actually fitting quite nicely. And then this is the last one in line. Nice, now we've got a little sales rack. I don't know. These things are really cool to me. It all comes together and then you have something. I don't know. Pretty neat. So where does this go is the next question. Again, I'm going to double check, make sure I didn't miss anything. Looks like we've got it all taken care of. Oh, I see. There's another. So we need A2, which is right here. Set that aside so we can clean this up. Run my thumb down it. Yeah, let me think. There's a really good nub right there. What do you call those? I call them nubs. Is that the right thing to call what's left behind from the perforation there? You know, this is basically perforated wood. I'm assuming it's laser cut or whatever. I mean, it looks to be laser cut because it's all kind of burnt. And they leave just a tiniest little perforation. Is that like a nub? What do you call that? I don't know. Let me know. And then this is just gonna cap this other side off. This is where you got to try to get them all three to line up at the same time. There we go. There we go. Perfect. And then we're going to need a D15. D15 is here. Okay, and it is going to just sit right up in here. Hold the top, make a cap for it. Hopefully y'all can see what I'm doing. There we go. And then the bottom, we're going to need a D17, which is here. And what is that? Printed side I4, which is going to be one of these. I4, oh, it's this guy. And again, this is the thinnest. This is actually this has to be balsa wood or just really thin ply. It's hard to tell. So you got definitely be careful with. If you ever built like any of those balsa wood planes or any of those, you got to be so careful with the pieces. This is going to go here, which is definitely, I think, going to need a dot of glue. Or otherwise, that is going to come right out of there at some point. Very carefully, very carefully. I don't want much. Come on. There it is. Little dot of, and the only thing I glued at that time was my finger. I can grab some of that glue on here and then re-stick it. Let's try one more time. I don't think our glue made it. I used a little not quite enough glue that time. And there's way too much, so that's perfect. All right, we'll let that, I think we'll let that dry. In fact, I think we're gonna use the yellow accelerator. I'm gonna pull this off the table to do it. There we go. And off my thumb it comes. There we go. Good. And it just fits right here in the bottom. I'm not liking the way that's looking. Get in there. There we go. Okay, there we go. Nope, it keeps popping out. This has been the most finicky part yet. Let's do it this way. Let's use this thin CA like I said it's meant to be used. So see how we have a seam here? Basically, if I just come in here and drop it like so, and my thumb's stuck, there we go. Hit it with some accelerant, that should have us glued up. Now, let's let my only worry is that, and I'm gluing my fingers together. This has been a nightmare. Okay. I'm afraid it's going to haze up a little bit. And there's our timer going off also. So let's get this finished up without permanently gluing any fingers together. Yeah, there we go. And then we're going to call this one an episode. Come on, get in here. And I think some of my glue has thickened up. There we go. There we go. Push on in there. And that's not too bad. I think it'll work. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and place this on A5 before we go. And kind of see how it looks. How it's going to look. Where's my A sheet? Oh, A5 is the big one. Here we go. So, yeah. And this, so let's orient A5 real quick. It's going to go that way, and it's showing it in, is that right? So we've got these two holes. No, that doesn't, where's that? Am I oriented correctly? And it's showing it in these two holes here. Yeah, that has to be correct. Okay. just like so. I don't know. Yeah. So you can see, this is why I didn't want to, I don't know if you guys can see, this is why I didn't want to hit it with accelerant. So you can see what it kind of did to the glue down here. But I think it's all right. Doesn't look too bad. Need to, it looks like make a stack of books here. So we need A17, two A17s, A16, A15. Where's our A's? I have some A's over here. And of course, none of them that I actually need. So let's see, we need A16 is one I saw. We need A15, which is right here by itself. Come on, come out of there. There we go. And two A17s. So throw A16 over there and take the two A17s. And just like before, I'm going to use my coarse sanding stick, clean these up a little bit. Here we go. Hit all four sides just to get these little nubs sanded off. Last episode, I asked, what are these called? Are these called nubs? I don't know what they're called. I have not, none of these videos have actually uploaded yet. I'm actually recording, I guess, for you guys in the past and doing it in bunches so I can then just make sure that I have a video every day to go up. So I haven't been able to read any comments, so I don't know if anybody actually commented what they call these things. So I'll keep asking, what are these little things that I'm sanding off here called? The little pieces of wood that's left behind from coming out of the sheet or sprue they come off of. I call them nubs. I don't know. You tell me what you call them. But now we need B25. Where's my B's? B25 is here. Come on. This is a long one. I don't want to break it. There we go. And it says, oh, I didn't even know this. It says B9 is the spare part of A17. What? Was there a spare part from A7? What did I do with A17? A17 is here. What are you talking about? B9. B9 is the spare part of A17. I don't even know what that means, so I'm just going to ignore it. I think that's the best line of attack. So anyways, let's stack these up. It looks like we're going to shove this through here. I guess it goes all the way. Yeah, all the way through. And then we have a 16 and a 15 like so. And then we need off of our decal sheet, we need J30, this guy here, or gal, whichever. But it is going to go here. I'm going to line up just like before, like I have been doing. I'm going to line up the spines like so, just to make sure my spines are how they should be. That's mainly, I think, from what I've been noticing, that's mainly what we see of the books is the spines. So I want to make sure they're right. Wrap it around this. It's kind of a neat design how these decals actually help hold everything together. Last step, I actually had to glue some of them together just to double hold. But I think that's going to be fine just like that. All right, on to page 13. Oh boy, a whole bunch more books. Just what I wanted. Okay, so let's just get to it. What do we have here? We have 4 times A17. All right, so let's grab 4 of the A17s. There they are. And again, I kind of want to sand these up just to make sure everything's nice and smooth. Yeah, this particular kit, I guess you would call it, is, I mean, it's a lot of bookmaking. Obviously, it's it's, what do they call it? It's the library. So it's going to be a lot of books you got to make. So get used to it. Now this is that same situation. How should I do this? Last time I glued these together. For y'all that are joining me in this one, didn't catch the last episode. Because what we have to do is put these together. Hopefully you can see. We got to put these together and then wrap the book cover around it, which then will hold it together. But to wrap the book cover, you got to try to sit here and hold it. So what I did last time is put a drop of glue in between each one to hold it for me. But what that ends up doing is you can be just barely off on these pegs to try to put it on here. So then I had to go, I had to sand on the inside there to make it work. So what I think we'll do this time is not do the glue, and I'll try my best, because without them glued, they'll shift a little bit. As I try to put the shaft in there, they'll shift a little bit to fit. So I'm going to try to hold them, try to do it kind of like the instruction says. So what do we need? J28. Let's see how this goes. J28. All right, so how am I gonna? So I'm gonna kind of stick that to my finger, hold it with my finger, try to hold these in place like so. Line up the spines, I think, and then fold it around. How do we do? Oh, you know what? There's a problem. I just realized. Yeah, it's going to want to open up on us, but that's all right. I think it's all right. Just like that. All right. And now I'm going to set this on the instruction page, set it where that one is at. So I can keep track of what's what. I'm just going to set it right on the instruction itself, because basically we're going to make 4 stacks or 4 units, I guess you could call it, and then put them all together. I want to make sure I keep them in the right orientation. So now we need 4 more A17s. We're just going to basically do the same thing we just did. So let's pull these apart. We'll give them a quick sand. I've mentioned it 100 times, or at least on every previous video. I'm actually using a coarse sanding stick here. It was in a set that I bought. You can buy sets of these if you want to waste your money, or you can just go down and just get a fingernail file from the beauty supply of whatever store. It's the same difference for doing just this simple type of sanding. The only good thing about if you buy the sets, I have from coarse all the way up to ultra fine. So you got some option there, but for just this kind of sanding I'm doing here, I probably should just be using a fingernail file. You don't want to really, these cost a lot more money and you don't really want to waste them on this, but it's what I had laying around, so it's what I'm using. So now we need J29, which is this one. Okay, I think we'll do it the same way, kind of hold it with my finger. Try to get them stacked even. There we go, and then line up. Line it up and fold it around. And there we go. Another stack of books. Yeah, it's working okay. Not too bad. Okay, so the next ones are single, so they'll be easier. I need an A14, which I have here. In fact, I'm gonna need 2 A14, so I might as well get them ready to go. The next 2 books, the next 2 units, I guess we'll call it, are single books. So we'll kind of do them at the same time here. All right, for this one, we need J10. There you are. And then this one, we got to make sure we orient our piece correctly. These 2, the holes are just dead center, so it didn't really matter. But this one, we want our hole off center to the right from the spine at least. Again, I'm lining up the spine, making sure it is correct, and then folding the covers over. And it comes out pretty well. This one we need J1. That should be easy to find. Top left corner here. Make sure we orient it correctly. It's the same thing. The hole, hopefully you guys can see the hole, is off center to the right from the spine. You just want to always make sure you double check those kind of things. This one, it's hard to tell where the spine is, so I'm going to actually line up the cover and then just wrap it, which actually worked pretty well. Not too bad. There we go. All right, so now that's that one, that's that one. Now we need to put it together with this guy. So this one's first. You could get in there. All right. Then, no, then this one. Yeah, and it slides on a little easier, not glued. So maybe it was a bad idea to actually glue these together last episode, because I just slid right on real easily. We got this guy. Like so, and then this is the final one. Yeah, okay. And then all of this is going to go on P13. And where is, so P13 comes out of TGB07. Where is that bag? What did I just say? TGB07? Is that in here? No, it's TGB0744. This is 43. There's 41. I think it's hiding under here from me. Nope, that's 42. Organization is the key. I just haven't learned that yet. Oh, here's 44. All right. So I need to find a piece. Looks like it's this one. Again, this is, I've mentioned this before, they just kind of give you, some of these parts, they just give you a bag number. Anything that's not on a sheet, they just give you a bag number. So TGB0744, and then it's just a bag of pieces which are not numbered or labeled. So they're calling this P13, but the only place it's labeled P13 is in the instructions. So I got to kind of match it up, make sure that looks correct. Let's orient it correctly, which is like so. And then this facing this way is going to go here. And that does not have much holding it. You know what I think? Oh, it's going to have more to hold it. Okay, so no worries. So that sits like so. And now we want to do P14, P15. So again, we got to go back to our bag. And let's see. It's a solid piece like this is that's P14. And P15, I'm not seeing P15. Does this have punch outs on it? Ah, there we go. Okay. So this is P15. We just have to knock these, or no. Oh, it's just lines drawn on there. Is that right? I think so. Those don't punch out, I don't believe. Okay, so it's not terribly clear because they have these lines drawn. You guys probably can't even see them. There's just slight lines, rectangles on here. In the instructions, it looks like there should be holes there, but it's not. Yeah, so let's go ahead and put this together. I guess we go this one first. How is that going to work with these? I think I put this book is wrong. Hold on just a second. Let's go back. How is that? Oh. Yeah, I kind of goofed that one. I don't think you'll notice. The spine will be upside down. Yeah, it kind of mattered which way you wrap the book, but you won't notice. All you need is that spine there. Now I think that's gonna work a little better. We'll be able to put P, whatever number this is, P14 in. In fact, I'm gonna put it in, I guess put it in first. There we go. And then this is gonna sit on that shelf. Maybe. There we go. Like so. And then this goes here. Okay, so we're building a bookshelf here. Okay, good. What do we got next? So we're going to set this aside and call it G. All right. And now we need B8 and B5. I don't think I set a timer today. Let me grab my phone and set our timer. There we go. I don't want to run too long on you guys. All right, got a timer running. Actually, you know, it's funny I say that because I made a list. I have a list that I'm supposed to follow. Do this, do that before you start filming. And set the timer. I just skimmed right over it, apparently. But anyways, we need B8 and B5. Where is that at? I'm really getting a mess on this table. That's all right. B8. Where is B? B9? Didn't they say something about B9 earlier? B9 is the spare part of A17. What are you talking about? There's B9 right there. I don't know what that was talking about. But what we need is B8. Is there another sheet of B's somewhere? No. Am I just not seeing? What does it look like? Oh, it's booked, so they might be already out. Oh, here we go. Here's B8. And what was the other one? A B8 and B5. Okay, they were already, that's why I couldn't find them. They were already sitting out. All right, so let's go ahead. B8 goes on the back side, and then we need J3. J3. And again, let's just kind of hold these together, line the spines up. I think that's about right. There we go. And what do we do with it? Okay, so that's got our 2 stack of books we have here. I'm not real sure what we now do. Oh, I see. Okay, we're going to take this, set it down. We're going to go here. We're going to take B6. Here's B6. This one's got a pretty good nub on it. We're going to take J14. Where are you at? Here we are. J14. Make sure we're all oriented correctly this time. And yes, okay. So it actually matters how you do this. And I'll show you, let me get it taken care of, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So yeah, just make sure you wrap this around the correct direction, because you have a side open to the hole and a side closed. So you want to make sure you get, make sure you get that correct. Then we need B22, which is going to put these together. This is our last B22. We had 3 of those. So we go this way. It looks like they want it to go in like so. And then that's going to connect to this one. Okay. Get in there. There we go. And now we have, I guess you could say, a 3 stack of books, which is now going to go onto P16. Let's go back to our bag of pieces. It has 2 holes. It looks like it's this one. That one there, P16. Orients this way, and this sticks in the back hole here. There we go. All right. I think we're getting there. So now we need, oh my goodness, we need 6 A17s, which are all right here. There's all 6 of those. Tell you what, I'm going to go ahead. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and let's take care of these first. We'll get all the pieces out. So let's go ahead and get them sanded down. So I'm still planning on, for the channel, I still plan on doing some edited videos, stuff that's not just one single take like these on the bench videos are. I don't know. It's going to be kind of when I'm going to put them out kind of when it's something I'm excited to do. Now, I will say this. I am going to be editing these videos down. In fact, once the whole series is done, I'm going to edit them down into a shorter video, edited video, which I'm going to make available to my patrons and channel members. So I guess if you want to see these edited, and by the way, you can join either for $1. So it's $1 a month, that is. But I think that's what I'm going to do as a benefit to being somebody that supports the channel is actually edit these down from, because this series will probably, it's going to end up being hours long, I would assume, many hours long, and then maybe edit it down to something like its own 45-minute video so you can see the whole build quickly. That's kind of I think that's my plan as far as editing these videos go. I need A16. Where's A16? Here it is. I think that's my plan for these videos. But I will also be doing edited videos when it's something, basically, again, when it's something I'm kind of excited to do. Sometimes there's projects that I'm excited to do in edited form. Is this A15? Here's A15. That I'm excited to do in edited form, and so I will still be doing those. I do have plans also of other channels, so I still have plans. All you guys that are here from my old RC days and the RC shop days, I think I'm going to start up a new channel just for the RC shop. It's going to be called probably called Tandem C Television's RC Shop, something to that effect. I don't know. But anyways, let's get back to work on our Nook here. Where is B23? Is it already? No. B23 is. Oh, it's one of. No. All right, I got a problem. Where's B23? It's not. It's not here. Where is B20? Oh no. That's B12 over there. We might have run into our first snag. Because I cannot. Oh, it literally just fell right over here. What are the odds? B23, I found it. It's right here. I knew where it was all along. It was organized over here. All right, B23. So now we got to make essentially make a stack of books. So what do we start with? The A17s. Yeah, I guess. Is that how we do this? Yeah. No. Wait, how are we going to stack this? Because this goes. Let's start with A15. Let's start with the top. We'll go A15. Yeah, A15, and then we have A16. It's going to slide up to that, and then it's 6A17. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 6 A17s, and then what we need is J37 to wrap that in. 33, 34, 37. Here we are. Looks like it's some kind of chess book. What does that say? Oh, it's Silman's Complete Endgame course. So once you've learned your openers and your mid game, I guess you get this whole series of books to learn your end game. I don't know. I don't know anything about chess. Let's see. It's going to wrap this way. Yes, it has to go this way. Like so. That kind of wrap crooked. Let's see if we can do it a little better. There we go. All right, and then this is going to sit on the shelf with these guys, and it sits. Let me get this stuck a little better. It's going to sit, and I want to show you something. So I got in a hurry. I guess, probably chit-chatting, and I got in a hurry, and I forgot to sand the little nubs. So now you can see, maybe you guys can see. You can see the nubs right there. I might be able to. Let me see if I can pull this back. I can always glue it back on if I need to. So, okay, yeah, pull it back. Let's go ahead and sand those nubs so that we don't see that. It's nice. We want it to be nice and smooth, these spines. Again, you can feel it with your thumb. Good. Now let's just rewrap it. I think it'll stick. If it starts peeling up, I'll glue it. And add it back to our bookshelf here, which then goes above these books. You know what? I think I'm going to have to start adding glue to some of these because they do not. want to hang in there that great, but I think I'm going to go with it. They say no glue, so I'm going with it. Let's sit that right there. Flip her over. Now I need piece 17, which is out of that same bag. Yep. It's got to be this one, I would think. Goes that way. Yep. All right, so let's see. Let's orient this correctly. That needs to go to the back. Okay, like so. Get this all to line up, which is the chore. Just getting all 3 tabs. You got to push in at the same time. You got to get them lined up. I think I can see better from this side. There it is. All right, I think that's going to be okay. And now we need P18 and P14. Oh, they're here. Same bag. This looks like... No, that is not. Wait, it has... That's P... That has to be P... Okay, okay, this... Let me point this out if you end up building this kit. Hopefully you can see it. This is actually P18 here. They don't show, see this tab? That is not shown there, but it is shown here. P18, P18, no tab, has tab, in the real life has a tab. So just heads up on that. So that goes up top here. Like so, and then P14, which is pretty straightforward, goes on the bottom. Try to squeeze this all together. Okay. All right, nice. And now what do we got? We've got, what is that? P19, which is these little green guys, it looks like. P19, P19. And there's the P20s, which comes out of 4-2 here. Apparently they're little drawer pulls. Or draw pulls if you watch a lot of This Old House. All right. And it looks like, did they screw in or just push in? I think they just push in. Yep, just push in. Like so. And then we're gonna double stick tape these into those little rectangles that I mentioned earlier that this has on there. That's markings for where these go. So where is our double stick tape? Here we are. So I'm gonna cut a couple strips to put on the back of our drawer faces, or draw faces if you're in the Northeast. Where is, oh, I lost the N, there we go. And cut that off. Stick it on, okay, good. Now let's see if we can get these backs peeled off. Last time I used the double stick tape they provided, it was a little difficult to get the backs off. So definitely use your X-Acto knife. There we go. Try to separate it. I'm gonna go ahead and stick this one. We'll go top side with it. Again, you could just glue these if you wanted. The more permanent way of doing it. Let's see if I can get this one. There we go. And bottom drawer. Just trying to give some pressure from the back side and the front side to get that double stick tape to stick as best as it will. And there we go. We have a bookshelf that now attaches And how on earth did I lose it? Here it is. I was trying to figure out how I lost this enormous piece. But this is going to go in. Again, let me back up to the. I just want to double check and make sure I didn't miss anything. Always back up and double check because you definitely don't want to get down the road and have missed something. So this goes here. Yep, nice. This inside one's not there. Went. Wow, popped into place. Nice. Okay. Oh look, I didn't even notice this. It's got the bookstore storybooks on the back, so it's gonna actually have like a cover. Interesting. Didn't even realize. This is kind of. It's kind of weird how these books are. Can y'all see the way that they had these books angle up? Like, how would they naturally sit that way? I don't know. Anyways, what we got to do next is we're going to put J42. Where are you at, J42? J44, J40, 42. Oh, it's a postcard. Okay. It's the, I mean, that would be the world's largest postcard, would it not be? But that's all right. And there's some little lines right here. Is this going to hang off the top? Let me see something real quick. It is. So what I want to do, so this is going to sit, right? You can, there's a little indication lines where this is supposed to sit like so. And then this postcard is going to hang off the edge of the bookcase, which means we'll just have the backside, the sticky backside just hanging out in the air here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take from a few episodes back, I had cut this out of the instruction manual, and I'm going to cover the end of this like so. So now we'll just have this sticky bit. This part that's hanging off the end won't have adhesive just out in the air to collect every dust bunny that floats by. And I'm just going to use the scissors to trim that portion out like so. And now when I stick this where it's supposed to go, which is right here, I can kind of fold it down a little bit. Now, that's not sticky back here. So we're not going to have, you know, adhesive to the open to the world there. So I think that's definitely something you have to do with this. Otherwise, you can't display this. I mean, it's just going to collect dirt and whatever, you know, dust, I guess. Hopefully your house doesn't have dirt in it, but you know, it's going to collect all the dust that floats by. So anyways, let's let that sit, or actually we can set it to the side, it looks like. And we can move to, I guess this is step 9. Get that stuff out of the way. We need 4/4 back. What did I even do with it? Here it is. And what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces. That's probably about what's left in here. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yep. So we're going to use the rest of this bag for the steps to come, it looks like. We've got P22, which is, I guess, what we're calling this. And it's showing, and again, you guys probably can't see this. There's just a little line on this tab here, a little indication line. It's telling us to make sure that is facing this way, so that this piece is oriented in this direction. It matters for some reason. I don't know why. Then we have, what is this going to be? 21, P21, which is this one. This one here is going to be pop in right here. Okay. Make sure and get it nice and flush. That's P21. And then we have some, let me set these to the side. We have some we have H8 and H2. Where are the H's? Here they are. H8 is what appears to be a vase. This is very thick wood, so it's a little bit more difficult to pop out. Come on. There it went. H8 is going to sit here. I probably should have put these in before. Should have put these on the shelf first before putting this shelf in. There we go. And then we need H2, which is here. I don't know. Oh, it's an ink bottle. Okay. At least it says ink on it, so I'm assuming this is supposed to be an ink bottle. You know what I'm gonna do? Pull that off. There we go. Now, you gotta be careful. I've done this in the past too, where you're holding over here, you're pushing over here, and then you break the shelf in half. So make sure and have your pressure behind whatever it is you're pushing on, so you don't break anything. This one, these really fit tight. Man. Okay, good enough. And then we're gonna put the shelf back in. Perfect. Okay, let's move on. Next page. We need P23, and I think I can just, wait, what is P23? Oh, actually, nope, not that one. It's this one. This is P23. Goes here. Okay. And then we've got P24, which I think is going to be this guy here. Yeah, P24. And it's going to get H6, which is a clock. It's going to get H6 here. And again, let's see if we can get these in. I could sand these down a little bit, but that actually went in pretty well. And then we have H7. I have no idea what H7 is. Whoops, that's a bookcase. I don't have a clue what H7 is supposed to be. Yeah, interesting. Once I get it on the shelf here, I'll show it to you guys a little closer and see if you can tell me what it is. So we've got a clock and whatever that is, I don't know. And this is actually going to slide on the bottom here, it looks like. Yeah, like so. Well, kind of like so, like that. So we've got a little 2x2 shelf, I guess. And then P20, these pieces here are going to be the sides of it, of said shelf. It always seems like you need more than 10 fingers to do these things. There we go. Okay. And then I'm assuming we're going to put a top together. Oh, this has to go. Again, we have indication lines. I hope you guys can see this. So we have lines here. So obviously something's going to sit on this shelf too. But I want to make sure that that's up ways so I see that. And then we've got a little molding piece that goes here, like so. And then this is going to sit on top. Yep. Come on. And I kind of like how they do that. So you can see, so this is where that, you can probably see, maybe, you can see where that molding piece comes through here, and then we'll have something that sits on top of it that'll then cover that up. So it's kind of nice how they do that. And what exactly is it that's going to sit up there? Looks like a book, so we need A8. Do I have an A8? Here's one. Like before, let me make sure I sand these smooth. A8, and it's going to get wrapped by J4. Where are you, J4? Here you are. Let's see, what this is some kind of floral book or something? What do we got here? Oh, it's Romeo and Juliet. Why would Romeo and Juliet just have a flat? Anyways, Romeo and Juliet is going to sit on top here. So let's see if we can get this to fit right. Nope, that's crooked. And let's wrap it around. And they're saying to use, for this, we're going to use the double-sided tape, not the little, we have two different types of double-sided tape. We have these little circle guys, and then we have our roll of tape, and they're saying to use the roll of tape, so I'll do what they say. That's going to go here. Again, there's a line. I don't know if you guys can see it. I'll point with the X-Acto. There's an indication line here and then down here, which is where we're supposed to sit the book. Again, I think I like that, and I don't like it. I like the fact, I mentioned this before, I like the fact that they show you exactly where you put everything. Like you put it right. But it also, what if I wanted to put the book here? I mean, I could, but then I have these lines that are there that the whole idea is this book is supposed to sit here and kind of cover those indication lines. If I don't put the book here, if I wanted it over here, let's say, those lines are going to show. So it's kind of, you can't be as creative with these. I mean, you have to basically, it seems like they want you to build it exactly how they want you to build it, but that's fine. So now we need we need E2. Where in the world is E2? These are F's. These are C's. Something just fell over here that I'll never find again and we'll need later. Where are the E's? A, D, F, C, G, H. Am I going crazy? What is this? C, F, D, A, B. So we have A, B, C, D, F. Oh boy. Where is somebody help me out here. Where's E? That's H. What am I even looking for? E2. It's a Is that in a bag maybe? Yeah, where in the world? Well, I'm stumped on this one. There's not any E's. Is it showing me something that I'm not aware of? It's E2 and it's going to get J33 put on it. It's got kind of a funky shape. We're done with that. Throw that out. A, B, C. Is it on one of these and I don't realize it? A, B, C, D. Are there any E's on the D? We're going to find this thing, I'm telling you right now. Here's F's. F's. No, am I reading it right? Yeah, E2. No E's. C's. Am I missing a part? What is this? Oh boy, here we go. Found it. It's the black sheet. The sheet of black stuff here. All right, here we go. These are the E's. Let's make a mental note. In the future, E's. J33. Now, if I was smart, knew what I was doing, I would, before I even started this project, I would go through, put all these sheets in order, have them stacked up on my desk in a place that they go. But that's not how my brain works, and that's not how I work. So here we are, J33. And this is going to go right in here. I don't guess there's really a certain way it has to go. It's just a floral pattern. And that's going to sit on top of this bookcase like so. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, this way. Like that. And then let's bring back over this guy. And then this goes on top here. Okay. Goes here. Nice. So there we go. So we're getting a stack of bookcases going here. All right, set that to the side and we head on to the next page, which will be page 16. Let me double check again real quick. I think that's everything. Oh, so we got to make another plant. P28. Where did I know where this was? P28. What is it in? It's in 4.2. Oh, there's our timer. So we'll just finish this up and call it a day. But I want to do this plant real quick. We'll get this plant put in. Oh, I see. It's this black vase or pot or whatever. Here we are. And where did our plants go? Bring our plants back over here. We have to essentially cut the end off of one. I'm going to cut it here, and we'll see if that'll fit. This vase looks a little bigger than the last one we did. So I want a little bit more plant. If you don't remember, here's the last one. From a previous episode, we had this little guy here. This one is a little bigger, so I put a little bit more of the plant in there. Just throw that to the side. And that's all we have to do now for this. We actually are going to use one of these little dots, which is going to be too big, isn't it? Where do they want? They want this to sit right here. So what I'm going to do, so again, our dot, they want us to use this dot to stick it, but it's much bigger. Maybe you guys can see, it's bigger than the base of this. So you would have adhesive sticking out around it. What I think I'm going to do, there's an X. Let me bring this over so you guys can see. Let me use my accelerant can as a prop. I literally just lost the plant. Where'd you roll off to? Here it is. Hopefully you guys can see there's an X right there. So that's where this is supposed to sit. So what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to drop a dot of glue right there. Try my best to set it in place. Like so. Don't touch it. And call it a day. We are on page 16. Also, you might notice I have still not organized or cleaned anything. It's just, I don't know. It is what it is. We're just moving forward with it. Okay, so actually we're setting this aside now. And we're going to step 10 here, which looks like we're going to put the light together. So I need, this is at a B2. I need the light fixture here, and at a 4-1, which is this one, the light itself. So here's our LED light. That's it for this bag. We'll throw that to the side, get it out of the way. And then I'm going to need, it looks like D4. So let's find that real quick before we move forward. Where are my Ds? Yeah, here they are. And what did I say, D4? So where is D4? Is here. Let's see. Carefully. There we go. I'm going to be real careful with those. And let's go ahead and grab, oh boy, what did I do with it? Should have probably found all this stuff before I started. Here it is. My sanding, my little sanding stick. Just try to get this cleaned up a little bit. Smooth it all out. Just using my finger again to see where the rough points are. Get it nice and smooth. That'll work. Now, what are we doing here? Oh, I need a D31, which is, if I remember right, are these little things. D30, yeah, these all came out of right here. It was these that we had extras of. So we want to take this guy. Does it matter? It has to go that way, but do we want it this way? So that the number is hidden? I think so. I guess so. All right, first, I guess we feed the wire through here. Let's see how that fits in there. Do we pull? I'm assuming we pull it probably all the way. Yeah, there we go. Kind of slides in there, fits snugly in there. Okay, now we take, what are we doing? Okay, so we just kind of clip this with this piece. And last time I did use one of these little clips, it was a little tough. Oh, that one's a little easier. Okay, oh, they show us here. I don't know if, let me see if you guys can see that a little better, how the orientation of everything goes. So we want to pull, what it looks like is this up even. What are we hitting? Oh, there we go. I think just kind of like that. I don't know. We'll go with that for now. Let's bring this back over, because this is going to plug in here. Let me bring it where you guys can see. And it needs to face, and I did it backwards. I would have known it. So we need to move to this side. So basically this, it's gonna face like that. So we wanna clip to this side here. My main thing is trying to, so each of these pieces that come off of the sheets, they have the number printed on them. And I don't want those, I don't want those visible once this is done. So try to put them on the back sides. It didn't say which way that would be in the instructions, so just trial and error on this one. Emphasis on error. And now I've pushed this too far in. A little finicky. Let's see. What I want to do is just get it started. Push this up into place like so, and then finish pushing in. There we go. Much better. And then it's going to go here in this little tab here, or in the slot here. Okay. Perfect. Or as perfect as I'm going to get, at least. All right, now we're going to make some more. Wait, no, I need to actually turn the page. First step is learn how to use a book. Let's turn the page. Now, what's next here? So we're going to run our wire. Okay, so we've got, hopefully you guys can see this. We've got multiple holes here for those clips, so we can run our wire out this way, and then we're going to let it just kind of come down, I think. So first thing let's do is pull this towards, let's pull it towards the back wall, the wire that is. Trying to make sure you guys can see and I can see at the same time while I do this. These can be a little tricky to get in here, and I don't want to break them. Come on. There we go. So I'm going to pull it kind of snug. I've got the clip in. Oops, let me get where you can see. I've got the clip in a little bit loose. Now let's pull it tight. There we go. And then work our way across. Okay, I think that'll do the job. Probably can pull a little tighter, and then this will come down this way. I think that's the game plan there. Now it looks like we're going to connect our pieces together. Let's pick it up. Sorry about the slight interruption. I was not paying attention, and the memory card on my camera actually went full and cut off. But we're back good. We're good. I deleted some stuff off there. Move some stuff around, and we're good to go, I think, to finish out this episode. And where we were at, we didn't actually miss anything. We were actually about to make the connection of this back wall with this middle piece here, which includes, let's see, that's going to, how does this go? Let's see, we're going to go here. Does that just go over? Yeah, okay. So we've got 3 connection points. I guess I can show you. We've got 1, 2, 3 points of connection for these pieces. Let's see what the best way to do this is. Got kind of a lot to try to get lined up here. If I can get the bottom. It's hard. You know what the hardest part with this is, to find places that you can actually apply pressure without feeling like you're going to break something you've put together. If I look on the back side, I might be able to see. I don't want to push on these bookcases. I'm afraid I'm going to break some of that. Okay. And it's almost, I'm basically doing this blind because I can't see underneath all the bookcases and things we've already put in. Why is that not wanting? What's holding us up here? I'm gonna figure this out. It is not wanting to slide in. I might, you know what I think I'm gonna have to do? Let me grab this smaller sanding stick here. Let's see if we can open this up a little bit. I think this might be our best bet. Let's give a little sand here. I think this might just be a little too tight because it was definitely not wanting to make the connection for us. Now let's try. See if that helps at all. Maybe. Yeah, this is not, there we go. There we go, I got that one. I think just that little bit of light sanding was what it took. There it goes, I heard it pop. And then now let's make this top connection. There we go. Yeah, just a little bit of light sanding is I think's what it needed. Good, okay. Now what do they want us to do? So again, I want to double check my steps. Let me slide this back out of the way. That was all that we were doing. So we ran the wire, we made the connection. I got to kind of get caught back up where we were at before the memory card filled up. Pass the wire through the hole, it says. All right, let's see what hole they're talking about. Oh, it's just right in front here. Let me bring it over so you can see there's a hole right there. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it's actually very obvious. Very obvious hole. Squeeze these wires together a little bit, make it a little easier. There we go. Pass it through the hole. And done. It has been passed. Now, what do we got going? Oh boy. So now we've got to flip this over. Okay, so I'm going to very carefully. This is where I kind of wish I had gone through and just gone ahead and glued everything together. I think I'm going to flip it this way. Actually, I'm going to orient it the way they have it, which is this way. Like that. Here's our wire that we just passed through right here. And then now we need 4-2. We need this here. And what are those? I don't even know what those are. It says scan for assembling videos. Well, we don't. We're making our own video. We don't need that. Okay, what do we need to do? Connect the wires with the same colors together. Do not connect them incorrectly. What are we connecting them with? Let me see what this is in here. I think this is literally our remove the partial cover. Y'all probably can't even see what I'm reading right now. Remove the partial red cover and then black wires before connecting as shown. All right, I'm going to do this how they want us to do this. If it just so that I'm following the directions. If it was me, or if I was you and you were doing this at home, I would just cut and solder these. I would just solder them. But what they have us doing, basically, they already have them, the ends kind of snipped or wire snipped for us. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull those off. But they gave us just these little pieces of tape, which essentially is electrical tape. It's a cloth woven electrical tape. And that's what we're going to use to make these connections with. So I'm going to do it just because it's how the instructions say to do it. If it was me, if I was you guys, in fact, what I would do, I would pull these tight. I would snip these wires here so we were nice and tight. Can you see what I'm talking about? Snip them so we're nice and tight. Then I make the solder points there. You don't have any slack. It's all done. But I'm going to do it the way they say to do it. Again, it's connect the wires with the same colors and then remove the partial cover of red and black wires before connecting as shown. Okay. These are not split. Okay, hold on. I've got to split this wire here. I think I can do it with my fingernails. There it went. Okay. Let's pull those apart a little bit there just to get them away from each other. The red and the black, that is. Twist the strands. And then all they want us to do, all my electrician friends, please look away. They want us to twist these together like so. And then what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to fold it over. I'm going to fold it over itself. Let me see if I can pick this up so you can see. Just fold it over itself, and then that's what I'm going to tape. So we've got 4 pieces of tape here, I think, yeah. These are split in half. And so I'm going to tape this. And I just want to make sure, I definitely want to make sure and cover the bare wires because we don't want any shorts. Okay. Yeah, this is not, like I said, I would solder and heat shrink these. But I want to kind of follow the instructions, do it how it's intended to be done according to the instructions here and without any tools. Obviously, if I was to solder this, we would need, well, a soldering iron and solder and, you know, heat shrink and a heat gun or a lighter. It would take tools. Okay, fold it over itself also. And then I'm going to tape that up again, making sure. And that's not going to work. I folded the tape on itself, which is not going to work. We need it to wrap a little better. Here we go. Try again. We're still connected. We're still twisted together. Yeah, this is not the way to do this, but all right. Here we go. Yeah, that's better. All right. That should work. Move that out of the way for a second so I can turn the page. That's what I assumed we would do with these other 2 pieces of tape is basically just tape the wires down. So what's going to be the best bet for that? Let me see if I can just kind of, because we're going to need tape here, and then we're going to need tape to hold this. Okay. So let's do that. Okay, I'm going to hold it with one hand, try to tape with the other. There we go. I think that's going to work fine for that. And then I'm going to go ahead and tape. This is just a little bit loose right here. We'll go ahead and tape that down. And then that's all the tape they gave us. Now, obviously, if I felt like this needed to be held down more, I could just get some of my own tape, but we'll go with what they gave us. That's got that done. Now we can stand her back up. Okay. Our light does not want to hang straight. I'm noticing this is going to be a thing. I don't know if there's something, oh, y'all probably can't even see what I'm talking about. The way this light fits in here, it does not hang straight. I can try to tighten this. I mean, that's all the way. I think there's going to come a point. I forgot to mute my phone. I think there's going to come a point where I'm going to have to just glue that, but we're going to leave what it is for right now. Okay. Now we need B19. Is that a new piece? I think so. So let's move this completely out of the way. I'm going to reach over here and mute my phone so we don't have to listen to it make noise at us. And now I'm going to find B19. Where is the sheet of B's? I think it's going to be this one, the other big piece. Carefully get it out of here. And it looks like it has a window of pieces in here also. So I'm going to pop those out. Go ahead and pop these pieces out. Set them aside. I'm going to clean this up a little bit. What did I do? Here it is. Let's file these down a little bit, smooth them out. Get all the sides. I don't know if this is necessary, but I like to do it. All right. I think this is, I know we have a piece going in here because that's what we're about to do. So I'm gonna go ahead and get these smoothed out, cleaned up. Just like so. Okay, because now we need to find C7. Where are my C pieces? C7 is the smaller of the windows here. Again, this stuff is very, some of this framing is very thin, so I'm gonna be careful popping this out of here. There we go. Don't want to break it. Smooth these nubs out. All right, and then this. Let me orient this. It's gonna go, yeah, this way, and then this just pops in, I think. Hopefully you can see what I'm doing. Carefully. Try to get it flush. Here we go. That's, I guess, I'm assuming it should be flush. All right. So that's that. Now it shows us orienting it this direction. I'll set it over here for now because we need to do whatever this is. So A6, where's our A's? Here they are. And I'm gonna need 2 of them. We're gonna be doing, it looks like we're doing a couple little shelves here. So I'm going to pop both of these out. Okay. And clean these up. These definitely have, they definitely have those little nubs right here from where I popped them out of the sheets. If I don't pull that off, it's gonna, when I try to push this in, it's gonna leave that little gap. So we wanna definitely get those done down smooth, sand them down smooth. Same with this one. This one's actually even a little worse, I think. Yeah. This one right here is really sticking out. Okay, I think that's gonna be good. And now, let's see, we need, where are the G's? What are the G's? Oh, here. Here's our G sheet, and I need G6 and 7. That's these right here. What are these? Let's see. Collection of piano music, it says. So I guess it's sheet music. I don't know. They're going to be on the shelf, whatever they are. I don't remember which one was G6. I don't think it matters. I think we're just going to go like so. And like so. That's that one. And then I need G2 and G3, which are records. So G2 is the blue record. G3 is the red record. They're going to go on this shelf here. Make sure we get them pushed all the way down in there. All right. And then this is a very weird way to show us how they go in. It shows, they're showing, the instructions show what hole it is from the back side, but we're going to put them on this side, so it's a little awkward. This one is this guy's, the records, is this lower hole right here. Like that. And then, of course, the other one is this, the sheet music's the one right above. I'm pretty sure I have that correct. Good. Wonderful. Okay, that was 18. Let's go to 19. Double check we got everything done there. Yep. All right. So now we need D12, G5. Where's D12? These are over here. Here we go. D12 here. There's D12 and G5. Did I decide G? Where? What were G's? Oh, here. Yeah. G5 is this bookshelf piece. Let's go ahead and clean them up a little bit. Yeah, I've got to work on my hard drive storage. I have a NAS that I use, or NAS, or however you say it. But we got hit by lightning a while back, blew a few breakers and broke a few things, including what I believe is just the power supply for it. So I need to look into getting that fixed so I can move things off the hard drive I use for the videos. I can move them onto my NAS and then be able to move stuff off my camera onto my local hard drive that I actually edit from. Anyways, I need to get that done because these files are actually pretty big, doing 45 minutes, so I'm going to need some space. But anyways, we got G. Which way does this go? Oh, it goes this way? Yeah, okay. Like this and like this. I wonder if I should... I think I'm going to go... So I've got the printed number here. So I think I'm going to send it to the underside. Makes sense to me. Okay, then we need D13 and D14, which I still have my D's here. There's D14 and D13. Give it a little cleanup. All right, and D14 goes on top this way somehow. There we go. And D13, again, well, that's how it has to go. It has to orient that way, doesn't it? This one goes here, making sure both of these tabs face that way. And then we need two D21s, which are right here. We're starting to get pretty light on pieces, so I think we're getting close here, guys. And I don't know if y'all are noticing, I'm actually working as fast as I can, which isn't always, it's pretty much never the best idea to work as fast as you can, but I'm trying to get as much in for each 45 minutes as possible. I would suggest or advise or, whatever. I would say not to do that on your part. Just take your time. I, again, would also, I think, by the way, I'm putting these numbers in ways because it gets blocked by this piece here. I would also probably take the time to drop little drops of glue on all this, so your hard work's going to stay together. But most of this, it holds pretty firm. It's not necessarily, well, we're going to find out. I guess at the end of the day, we're going to find out how necessary it is because we're doing it without glue for the most part. We got a couple pieces, but for the most part. Now we need A9. Where am I? Here they are. There's my A's. You know what? A9's right here, actually. It's already out here. Go ahead and clean it up a little bit. It's not too bad. A9 and what do we need? J7 off of our decal sheet. J7 is this one. It's an animals book that is, for some reason... Okay, I'm curious. The animal, it's printed backwards. It's all backwards. Is it going to show in the mirror? Is that what's going to happen here? I'm kind of curious about this. Is that why it's printed backwards? I don't know. We'll find out, huh? Let's go by the spine like we have been. I want it this way. Okay. I don't guess it matters. I can always just flip it around, but this goes in the 1-2 second hole right here. Yeah, that's interesting that is printed backward. Like I don't know if y'all can see that. It's like it's printed in a mirror. The word animals is backwards. Anyways, and then what do we have? F4. Where were the F's? Over here somewhere, I'm assuming. Anybody know where the sheet of F's is at? C, D, E. Oh, it must be over here. F. Here we go. Here's the F. Ah, here we are. F4. Kind of forgot about this sheet. We haven't used it in so long. There we go. It's a little vase, I guess, of some sort. And that is going to go in the next spot over right here. All right, there we go. And then now we have A9, which is luckily right here. And I need J9. J9, this one. Yeah, see, it's printed backwards also. I think this stuff's going to end up in the mirror, is kind of my feeling. Let me make sure I do this right. Yeah, I need to go this way. Okay. And it sticks right here in front of the animal book. Like so. Okay. And now, what is that? I5. Where were the eyes? Here are the eyes. We have I5, a picture of the Eiffel Tower. We have apparently been to Paris. Okay, and that is going to, again, we can see, can y'all see the lines that are printed on this book? That's where our picture of the Eiffel Tower is going to go. And it's saying use the double-sided tape, this roll of double-sided tape we have. I'm just going to grab a little piece of it, not a lot. We'll put it on the book. Make sure we get that straight like so. Seems like we could have placed this before the place in the book, but we'll go with it. Where is... There it is. I've got to dig out my X-Acto knife, try to pull this off. There we go. Perfect. And then this, yeah, is going to just stick right where that little square and line is. Yeah, just like so. Okay. And then we want to, why? Oh, I see. It's these whole, this is the weirdest way to show how to do this. Okay, we need to take this guy and it's going to go in this hole and this hole. Yeah, okay. So let's do that. There we go. Nice. I was just looking at it. It's definitely, they're printed backwards so that you can see them in the mirror backwards. Interesting. Okay. But you'd see them in the mirror printed the correct way, which is, I don't understand that. You would, if it, normally in a mirror you would see it backwards. But anyways, let's see. So that was through here. Let's turn the page. And now what do we got going on? We got H5, which is here. What? Oh, it's already come out. It's right here. H5. Let me clean it up a little bit. Oop, sorry, bumped you guys. Yeah, this needs a good cleanup right here. All right. Then I need two D10s. So let's go back to our D sheet. And here's our D10s right here. Okay. And well, we have to place them this way, which makes sense. That puts this printed number behind the bookcase. And I think they're going to slide all the way in. Yep. Okay. And then we need D9. Well, we're going to need probably D9 We don't need D11 yet? I guess not. We'll leave it. Here's our D9. And that orients, yeah, just like this. Like so. And then we have two A4s. Where's my sheet of A's? C, G, A. Oh, where is A? Where is it? Oh, these are the A4s. Okay, so these are actually the last pieces from this sheet. This is A, well, that's A3, and this is A4. There we go. Come on. All right, now I'm gonna double check. That is everything off this sheet, so I'm just getting it out of the way so we don't have to deal with it anymore. This is A, I need that back. Which one was, I'll be right back. I gotta grab this from across the room. Which one was A3 and which one was A4? A4 is the skinny one. Okay, now I'll toss it back across the room. All right, get it cleaned up. And yeah, A4 goes on this side. Like that. Okay, and then same thing with this guy. All right, and it's gonna go on the opposite side. There we go. Beautiful. Oh boy, what is this guy? P32. Let's put this together first. Let's see. We have P20 and P32. What in... I'm pretty sure this is P32. I'm gonna set it there. What is P20? It's a frame. You know what I just realized? This came with sandpaper. Kind of cool. Where would I find P20, which is like a frame like that? Where would I find... It's not showing me if it's from a bag or anything, right? Because this was just from the tray. Oh, P20. Oh, P20 is a little knob thing. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I need D30. This is what I'm looking for. Here we go. So we've got D. Interesting. So D31 is inside of D30, it appears. So we want to pop D31 very carefully out of here. I'm going to set it up here with my single pieces. There we go. And is P20, let me go back just a little bit here. Is P20 the same knob we used previously for the drawer fronts? Where was that at? It is. Okay. So those came out of here, I think. Yep, there's one in here. You're not too clear about that one. It is actually this guy right here. Oh, where was I? Here. Okay. This little, well, here, let me just place it and then you can see it. It's just one of the little knobs like that. Goes there. Now, how do they want us to do this? So 1, then 2. So I need to place, where'd our bookshelf go? Okay, so this, no, is this the right bookshelf? Yeah. This is going to end up going here. And then this is going to go on top of that. Oh, I see. We're making a glass shelf. Okay, interesting. So there's a film that needs to come off. We're making a glass front shelf, I guess you could say. Which side is this on? Okay, seriously? Okay, I think there might be a film on both sides is what it's going to be. Very carefully trying to just use this X-Acto knife. Feel it. There we go. Well, I had it. Yep. Okay, that's much clearer. And then it gives us step 1, step 2 within this step. So it says place this first. So let's do that. Oh, you know what? Let's go ahead and get D11 ready. Knew we needed eventually. Okay, now we place, I think we just kind of set that in there like so, on top of that piece of plastic, and then this is gonna fit here. Yeah, to hold it all together. I gotta do it the right way though. So this needs to go, there we go. Make sure, so this hole needs to go to the front. This little oval hole here. Make sure it'll hold everything. Come on. So we got 4 tabs we've got to line up. This is where it gets a little tricky and you just want more fingers. We have 4 tabs here. We've got to get all to line up in this thing at the same time, essentially. Come on. There we go. There's that one started at least. Oh, and there's my first. I knew it. This is what I always talk about. You got to make sure you know where you're putting your fingers. So I broke my first piece. We'll fix that here in a second. So yeah, I need my fingers up here to apply the pressure. I always know. I think I mentioned that either this episode, I think it was probably last episode, of paying attention to where you're squeezing, because that's exactly what you'll do is break one of these like that. So let's go ahead and fix this up. Goes this way. There's a mark there we need to actually use. I'm just putting a little drop of CA on it. And then squeezing it back in where it goes. Make sure it's straight. And I think that's going to be all right. Let me see if I can straighten it out. It's got a little nick right there, but we're going to be actually putting a little decal across that, so I don't think it's going to matter. Wonderful. All right, so now, yeah, like I said, we need J35, J34, which is poetry and history. And I want to do the same thing I did on the previous ones to kind of, so we don't have a bunch of sticky stuff hanging everywhere. So basically this is, let me show you in case you didn't see the last time I did this. So these stick here. Can you see how it's going to sticks on the shelf there? The shelf we just fixed, literally. So above and below is going to be just open adhesive. So I want to cover that up with some paper because I don't want that collecting dust and whatnot. So we'll do it like that. And in fact, well, yeah, we'll just cut it. Where's my scissors? So I want to try to cover as much of that as I can. So it doesn't become a dust magnet while we have this on my daughter's bookshelf. See if I can get it to stick well. You know what? I can just use the X-Acto. So that's that side. And then I'll do the same thing for the overhang on the other side, and it'll just leave the middle of this sticker open to adhesive. Now, what we could do, which the reason I'm not doing is because we're trying to avoid it. I could just cover the entire back of this with paper and then just glue it on there, which would be the much easier way to do it. But I'm trying to not use glue because the whole point of this little kit is that glue's not required, but I also want to make sure and do this little extra step I'm doing here. Here we go. Trim the top a little better. And I think that looks good. So now we can set it down right down the middle where the adhesive is still exposed. Give it a rub down here. And now we don't have exposed adhesive on the back side here that's not stuck to wood. I hope that makes sense. We're gonna have to do the same thing for the next one, which is our history books. And there's our timer for the episode. So let's finish this up and then we'll probably call it a day. I think I'll finish up this whole page 20 and then we'll call it a day. I think I have, let me double check. Yeah, I think I have the storage space to finish up this. Okay. And again, I'm trying to do this as quickly as I can. If I was doing it on my own, I would just cover the whole thing with paper and then just glue it on there. It would make a lot more sense. But I'm trying to do this as quickly as possible so we can get as much done in these episodes as we can. You always take your time, though. There is no need to rush. Enjoy the process, is what I always say. There we go. And this one goes here. Our history section. There we go. And now what we need to add is I6. What is I6? Is a little piece of art, I guess it is. I'm going to clean it up. All right, and it's going to get double stuck tape. You can see there's a little line right there. That's where it's going to go. Where's our tape? Here we go. Just cut a little piece real quick. Go right down the middle. I think I cut it a little long. Trim it. There we go. Right down the middle. Easiest to peel this with an X-Acto or a blade of some sort. There we go. And then this is going to go, again, let me double check. Yeah, it goes right here. I don't think we can let it, it's going to have to overhang forward. We don't want it to overhang on this side because then it's going to push up against the wall. This is going to actually attach to, which we are going to do right now to finish up for today. This plugs in right here. Let's try not to break any more pieces. Would be nice while I do this. There we go. And then come on, go in this side. Why do you not want to go in? What's your problem here? There it is. Okay. You can hear how tight that fits. You can hear it squeeze in there. Nice. All right, so there we go. That's what we've got finished up today. So we've got, for a quick overview or a quick outro here, we've got quite a bit going. This is obviously going to fit here. We'll be working on that, I'm assuming, next time we get together. We'll be doing that tomorrow, I suppose. But now we're moving on to page 21. So let's see, what do we have here? It looks like we're going to be using this big panel that we finished up last time we were together. What do I need? I need I1, that is, which these are my eyes here. Yes. Okay. So I1 looks like it's a Van Gogh painting. I guess the whoever owns this library's got a little bit of money, or it's a copy. I don't know. It's a forgery, I suppose. But anyways, let's so we got that, and that the painting is gonna go. I think they're just showing it sticking. Yeah, it's just going to stick right here with double-sided tape. So here's our double-sided tape. Let's go ahead and cut a little piece of this. It doesn't take much. I'm thinking I'm going to go to the back of the painting and then stick that to the wall. I found it easiest to use your X-Acto knife to try to pull this backing off. It generally comes off pretty easy. Sure does. There we go. And then it looks like it's supposed to be just kind of sitting on the shelf right back here. Like so. Give it some pressure. Get it to stick nicely. There we go. That looks good. Now we got a book to make. So what do we need? We need A9, which I actually have already out right here. Use my, I've gone over this 100 times, but my coarse sanding stick. If you're just new with us, this is a coarse sanding stick that I've been using to kind of sand off all the edges nice and smooth. Again, you could just use a fingernail file if you wanted to, but we've got A9 and we're going to use J8 from our sticker sheet. Where is J8? That's this one, which is actually Dune. It's a good book. So we'll use this one and wrap it around. Like so. And then that's going to go on that same shelf. It looks like the hole right here. So yeah, we're leaving that hole open. So it's going to go right here. Hopefully, maybe you guys can see this actually. All right, come on. So it's got it on a little angle. There we go. Just like so. Now we have Dune on the shelf. Very good. Let's keep on moving. What do we have here? I2 down here. So we'll go back to our sheet of eyes, which is actually the last one. What is this? A Shakespeare? Just says Shakespeare and has a picture of Shakespeare. Oh no, we still have these I-18s. I better hold on to that. I was about to throw that out, but there's actually a couple pieces left on it. Better not throw it out just yet. Where is this gonna go? How in the world are they? So they want this, I guess. Oh, I see. So can you guys see there's a white indication line right here on the cover of the Dune book here. That's where this picture of Shakespeare is going to kind of sit. So we need a little bit of double-sided tape here on the left side of that picture, the left back side of that picture. Let me make sure I put it in the right place. Yep, it's going to be on this side. Just go to the edge. All right. And as usual, I have lost my X-Acto. Here it is, my X-Acto knife. All right, good. And then we'll just line it up right there on that, on the, I don't know what you would call the reference line here, I guess we'll call it, which is going to be right just like that. Try to get it pushed on there. We could probably stick that on there prior to putting the book on the shelf, but I'm just going to go in the order of their instructions. All right, so it's got that done. Now it looks like we're going to work on some plants again. So we need to go to our TB, what is this? It's the 4.4-2 bag, which is this one. And it looks like we want this little flower pot here, vase or whatever this is. Is it the same? Yeah, it's the same both sides. So I think it can sit either way. Where it is here's our plants. We again need to cut, and they want us to cut, where do they have us cutting this? I think we're just going to cut the top off of this one. I think I'll cut it. It looks like they want us to cut it right here, as far as I can tell. And then we'll shove that in here. I think that's going to be, I might need to cut it one. Yeah, I'm going to cut one more. So I'm going to cut it here. I think that's going to fit better and fit this vase better. So these can be a little difficult. We've done a few of these already on this build, and they're a little tough to get kind of pushed in there. I kind of twist them in a little bit like this, almost like you're screwing it in there. And then I think what I'm going to do, because I like how that's got a lot of the plant sticking out. Hopefully you guys can see what I'm doing here. I'm not going off screen, but I like a lot of the plant in there like that. And what I think I'm going to do, because I feel like that's just going to pop out at any minute, just because that's what it's wanting to do, is spring out of there. I'm going to use just a little drop of CA glue. And go right here in the back side of it. Now this isn't necessary. In fact, this, where's my, I don't know what I did. I think it's back here. Here it is. I'm going to give it a spray with the accelerator. There we go. So this really isn't meant, this whole kit is not meant to use any glue. In fact, it says on the cover of it, no glue, no tools. I've been using some glue every now and then. This accelerator on this chrome will kind of fog it up a little bit, so I'm trying to wipe that off before we move on. I think that's going to be just fine like that. All right, put our cap back on our CA. But yeah, it's meant to not use any glue. And I've been trying to do this entire build without using any glue, any tools, outside of scissors and the like. But yeah, some of this stuff I've gone ahead and just kind of glued in just to make sure it doesn't It doesn't come popping out on me. Now they want us to use, I think, did I miss a book? We've got 2 empty. I did miss a book, didn't I? I missed A12. Let's back up. Sorry, guys. This is why you always check back. I've mentioned this a few times on in previous episodes that I've, anytime I finish a section, I kind of keep back checking. So I moved on to this step here, but then I kept kind of back checking. I missed this book here, which is A12. So I'm glad I did that. But I could notice I should have had more things stacked on the shelf here. I noticed that, so I've make a quick look back, and I did. I missed this A12 book, which is A12, and it's going to use J15. Where is J? This is J15 here, and I can't read what book this is, but that's all right. Nice. Okay. And then that actually was supposed to be placed here right in front of Shakespeare. Just like that. There's also a hole here, an empty hole here, but they're still showing that empty hole there. So we're going to put the plant first and then I guess put in whatever goes there. Seems, oh, you know what? That's not a hole. That's actually where this attached. So we're going to use the plant. Let me kind of show you guys more what I'm talking about. I saw this here thinking it was another hole for a book because it looks just like the holes the book tabs went into, but it's not. It's actually the tab from the bookcase below. So we're going to put our plant we just made, kind of hide that, I think. If they've got the X right there, well, if you can see, it's very light. There's actually an X right there where we're supposed to put the plant, which is actually off to the side of that. I'm just going to do it the way they say to do it because I don't know what's coming later. And they want us to use one of these. Oh boy, I've got to find them. One of the circular shaped. Where did I do with them? And we'll be able to see what I'm talking about. We have a sheet of circular shaped double-sided tape that they want us to use here. Might end up not being possible because I literally can't find the sheet of them. What did I do with them? I mean, we have the roll of double-sided tape we can use also if we wanted to use that tape. But I'd like to use what they're actually asking us, but I have apparently, is it underneath here? I have apparently lost them. You know what I'm going to do? I think I'm going to put this plant on just like I did all the others. So all the other plants I actually glued on. I'm going to do the same thing with this one because I cannot even find that little tape sheet, so I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to put a drop of glue right here on the X, like so. Make sure that glue gets onto our plant here. And if I can hold on to it, I'll place it. I'm going to put the best side out. I think that'll work. Now, I think what I'll do, use our can of accelerator to hold this upright while that dries. I don't want to spray. I could spray this with accelerator, but I don't want to spray all the sticker sheet and all that. I'm afraid it might damage it a little bit. All right, so while that glues up, let's move on to step 22, or page 22, I should say. And that's going to bring us to making a window of some sort. So let's see, what is that? That is C2. Let's find that first. So here's C2 right inside here. Now this is very thin. I'm gonna be very careful. Back this up out of the way. Oh, I just found our sticker sheet. Well, if we need it moving forward, we've got them. Then we put them right. Everybody, look, I'm putting them right up here. Remind me that's where they're at. And I'm gonna pop this out here, this C2, very carefully because this is kind of thin. And I don't want to break it. Come on. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and clean it up real quick with our whatever we're using for a sanding stick. Just make sure and get the sides nice and smooth so when we have to fit it in, this is gonna fit in somewhere. we don't want it to be made difficult by having this little extra bit of material on the edges. All right, so we have, what is this, B12. So this is so they tell you what steps to go in, 1, 2. So let's actually start. So let's set that aside and we'll start with 1, which looks like, okay, I think I see what's about to happen here. Okay, so B12 is a shelf. Where is our sheet of Bs? Here we are. You know what? I think I remember seeing B12. Yep, somewhere else. Where was that at? Where did I see B12? I'm gonna have to stand up here. Yep, here it is back here. There's B12. I knew exactly where it was. Thank goodness. So we have B12 is going to be our top of our shelves, and then we've got 2 B13s, which I think are still on the sheet of Bs. Here they are. These are our brackets for that shelf. Come on. Just knock B12 on the ground. I think I might have knocked my bracket down too. Here's B12. Where was the other one? Did anybody see where it went? Did I knock it on the ground too? Well, let's go ahead and put one of them in here at least so we can see what we're doing. So basically they're going to go this way. Sometimes these can fit pretty tight, especially the thicker material. There's that one. Now I just got to find where I just knocked that other one down to. Give me just a second. Where in the... I think it is completely under my table. I've got it. Oh, okay, there we go. It was only about 5 feet underneath my table. I'm not sure how things fly that far, but they do. At least in my world, they do. All right, let's get this other one on here. Come on. There it is. Now, I think what they want us to do, let me make sure this is glued here. Our plant is stuck, it sure is, because they want us to now go in and put this here. There it is. And then now I think what we're going to do is take that window frame. Right, yeah, we're going to take the window frame. It looks like, what is that? Yeah, the window frame. Why is that so crooked? There we go. The window frame is going to kind of sit on top of that shelf and then frame the window like this. Hopefully you guys can see this. Like so. Okay, so what they're wanting us to do is use the double-sided tape to attach this window frame with. So let's... How well is that going to work? I guess it'll work all right. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll get some tape on here. Looks like they want us to put tape down each side. This tape is pretty much exactly the same width as the window frame itself, so I don't want any of it hanging over. Carefully put it on. Cut that a little shorter. Yeah, it's almost exactly the same width, so we got to be a little bit careful when we put this on to make sure it doesn't hang over the edge. We don't want the tape showing. But they're asking us to put tape there and then along the bottom also. Like that. There we go. And now we'll just pull. Make sure we get it nice and stuck. And now let's pull our backing paper off. Yeah, if you get it nice and stuck, this paper actually comes off very easily. I've built other kits where this double-sided tape can be an absolute pain in the backside because you can't get this to separate. It'll try to pull the whole thing up. So this has actually been very good double-sided tape so far. I'm happy with it. Now, so let's set it on the shelf and then up against the wall, and I'm just going to give it some pressure where our tape is at, just like this. And I think that's what they wanted us to do. Let me double check, make sure. Yeah, it looks like that's got that taken care of, I'm pretty sure. All right, so next, let me set that to the side. Next, we're gonna do this hanging sign kind of thing. So where is E1? Let's see, A, B, C, where's my E, B, C, D? Oh, you know what? I think E was that little, I think it was this little black colored sheet here. Yes, it is. Okay, so E1 is this guy. There we go. Can I, let me clean this up just a little bit. Smooth it out. And I think that's gonna work all right. Have us oriented this way. We got J44. Are we gonna put a J44 on both sides? Let me see. Yeah, it looks like it. So J44 is this open time for reading, it says. And we're gonna put one of these on both sides of this sign. Like so, and then let's get the back side. Like that. Give it a good rub and stick it down, and then we're going to add this to that panel we're making. We just want to make sure we put this, looks like we're going to go right in this little slot here. And I want to be very careful. I don't want to break this. It's actually kind of thin. So as you're giving, I'm trying to give very straight pressure in. If I start wiggling it any, I'm afraid it's going to break. We got to keep that in mind too. In fact, I'm going to use my can back here. I'm setting my can back here so I can hold this upright because I don't want to set it on this and have it break. So I'm going to set the can back here and then lean that against it while we're not working with it. And then what is next? So we need 4-2, which is this bag again. And I think we basically need... Oh, you know, I forgot to mention, I did something, the screwdriver reminded me. I actually did something between episodes, or I did, I guess, kind of two things between episodes. So let me show you guys real quick. First of all, I'm going to empty the rest of this bag because we're going to use the 3 pieces left in here. I'm going to set those aside because I want to show you what I did in between episodes. One, I went ahead and put batteries in the battery pack because I just wanted to check this out to see if it works. That's all you have to do to turn this on and off. You just kind of place your finger there. So I don't know. I think it's probably just I don't know what that little board, if you remember right, there's a little board on the back side, if you can see it here. I don't know if that's using just a light sensor. No, it can't be a light sensor. Some kind of very light touch. I mean, I don't know how it works. I just make hobby kits. I don't know how electricity works. But anyways, it works nicely. And then I also... This light was crooked, so I went ahead and glued it in place, and I guess I went ahead and glued it in place crooked, but I think it's going to be okay. It's actually going to be covered up by a piece here. I was looking forward in the instructions, but anyways, yeah. So the light, I just wanted to make sure that light does work, and I just wanted to get this glued in place because it was just kind of flopping around everywhere, and that takes care of that. Anyways, back to what we were doing. We needed these 3 pieces here. I'm not sure what we're doing with them. We are going to be... Oh, okay, I see. This goes on top. Boy, this is very small. I hope you can see. There, let me put them in my hand. So I think this is basically just an inkwell. So we've got the inkwell itself and then the cap. Hopefully you guys can see that. We're going to put the cap on the ink. I'm assuming that's what this is supposed to be. Just like that. Cap the ink. And then I think this... I don't know if these are supposed to be... I think they're supposed to be like little notary stamps or something to that effect. I can't tell what they are. But these are both now going to tape on. And I'm not... Oh, we also have this going on. Let me see. Let me see how this is all going to stack over. Oh, yeah, it's going to be fine. So this is going to go here. This is going to go beside it right there. And then we're going to have some papers of some sort, it looks like, to go here. So what I think I'm going to do, you're supposed to tape them on here. for the sake of time, to be honest with you, I'm just going to drop a couple drops of CA right there, and I'm just going to glue them on. One, and that should be fine for that one. Yeah. And there's lines printed on this shelf that kind of shows you how you're supposed to place these on here, which is about like that. I'll just give a little slight pressure down on that. I don't have my, do I have some tweezers around here somewhere? I really could use some tweezers to place these, but I did not pull them out. You know what I can do is just use the X-Acto to kind of place it before the CA sets. There we go. Perfect. That's perfect. So I'm gonna let that sit. Hopefully it'll you know, glue up right there. And now let's work on whatever this paper thing is going on here. So we've got J40, J39, and where are the J's? That is, the J's are the stickers. Okay, so we've got J39. Okay, so let's go ahead and place J39 first. So J39 looks like it's going to basically be a stack of letters, which are going to go right like right like this. But what I want to do, I don't want all this sticky side hanging off the edge of this shelf. So I'm going to take some paper that I had ripped out of this instruction manual previously when I was doing this. And I'm going to stick this about, I don't know, about 3/4 of the way, I think is what it's going to take. But I'm going to stick it to the back of this so that now when I stick this on the shelf, we don't have adhesive all hanging out on the back side. But now what I need to do, I need to actually cut this. I'm going to have to trim that paper like so. I've done this a few times now on this kit because the way they have you doing it, it just has decal hanging off the edge of stuff, which if you actually want to display this and use it, that's just I mean, it's going to collect all the dust in the house. So I'd rather go ahead and cover it with some paper like this or something to cover that adhesive and not have it become just a dust collector. There we go. Now I can set this where it goes. Let me go ahead and do that if I can. Well, try not to knock the stuff we just glued off. I don't know how dry that is. And I don't want to break this shelf either. I'm really having a time with this one. Let's put it here. I'm trying to think the best way to do this. Okay, let me just go like so. I might just, let me use the scissors. Use something to try to pressure that down without tearing it up. I think that's going to work fine. There we go. All right, so now we've got this hanging off, and you can see it's not sticky on the backside, which I think is going to be much better down in the future. So now we want to put J31. Where are you at? J31. Okay, it's a letter, and that is going to sit. It's a little tough to tell how they want us to do this. So here's J31. I'm going to stick J31 right there, right here for just a second, because I want to look at both of these together so I know how to place them. The other one is J40, which is this little smaller letter. I think they want J40 there and this one here. Yeah, I think so. So we're going to go, which is still, man, this is still going to give me, I really don't like how, If I was doing this, I'm trying to build this per the instructions, how they say to do it. If it was me, I would stick all of these decals just on some paper and then just glue them on. Because this is going to hang off the edge also. So I think I need to cover about like this here. for this one. Sorry, bear with me here, guys. I just want to make sure, because I am going to actually use this. If I was just using this to build for a video, I wouldn't really care. I'd let, you know, whatever, just let it be. But I am going to actually use this on my daughter's shelf, and I don't want it to, one, I don't want things to get stuck to it. I don't want, you know, I don't want dust collecting on it there. So now that'll keep that from being sticky, and it'll keep it stuck. And then this one's going to hang off also, just barely. So I'm just going to cover this corner here like this. And I think that'll work fine. Let me see if I can get it to stick where they want it to be. Again, there's little lines on these printed on here that shows you, I don't know if you guys can see them or not, but it shows you where to place these or how they want them placed. That really doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It seems like that would just fall off the shelf, but that's literally how they have it. That's how they have it. That's how they have it shown. Oh, let me see if I can show you. Shown in the instructions. It seems like those letters would just fall right off the shelf, but whatever. We're doing it like they're saying to do it. Let's set this back up out of the way. And now let's move on to 23. I think we're almost done with this thing, guys. Let's see. So now we need G4 and E4. G, A, B, C, D, E, F. Where is G4? A, B, C. Here's G. Okay. We haven't used much off of the G sheet. So what did we need? G4, which is this kind of L-shaped one here. Okay. It's going to go like so. And then we need E4. Yes, E4. Where's my sheet of E's? Oh, that was this one here, right? Yep. And this is E4 here. All right, good. Give them a good clean up here real quick. I think that's all right. All right, good. Now I'll orient this the way they have it in the instructions, which is like this. And then this guy, I'm going to go this way with it. It goes here. That looks correct. And then we need H1, 3, and 4. So that's here's our H's. H1 is this one. That's actually H4. We're going to finish popping it out. There we go. Actually, it's the rest of the sheet. So let's just go ahead and pop it all out. That one's a little tough. There we go. I'm always afraid I'm going to break these. There we go. And then this guy here, or gal. There we go. And then that's everything off of the H sheet. So I'm just going to throw it out of the way so I don't need it anymore. And you know what? I literally did this last time. Let me grab that back again. Which one of these is H3? H3 is this one here. Okay, so H3 goes here like so. Yeah, if I can get it. These thicker sheets, like you can see, these are thicker boards. They're a little tougher to press in. They fit much tighter. And I don't want to break any of these tabs off. We could sand them down a little bit, I suppose. Okay, I think that's all right. There we go. And then H1 H1, which let me double check. This is H1 here. Yes. It's going to go, yeah, here, like so. Oh, you know what? I need to clean that up. Look, these are going to cause a problem here. This little extra bit of nubs here that are, you know, from where they perforated it in the sheet, part of the manufacturing process, which is fine. Come on. Now, get in there for me. I think that's about as good as we're going to get it. I don't like how it's making a gap right here. Can you see that? There's a bit of a gap. They're not really in there nice and square. But we'll go ahead and finish putting this together, which is going to use this H4 to go this way. I need to clean those off of this side also. Okay. Yeah. Let's see what. Oh, okay, so we're going to put a top on this, which should hold it all nice and square. That's good. Okay, so B10. Yeah. Okay. Nice. So here's B10. Let's go and pop it out. And this is gonna. So this gap is going to get, the gap that I was worried about is going to get closed up because we're going to put this top on here. And it's going to go. It has to go like, yeah, it has to go like this. I see. There's not another way it can go. Okay, it has to go like this. And this can be a little tricky because you got to get, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tabs. We've got to try to get kind of lined up in this. Like I was saying, they fit pretty tight. And you know what I think's making them fit tight, which I'm noticing now, is these printed sheets. The printed sheets is kind of pulling off as I try to press these in. They're kind of pulling off. So I think they cut these to the size of the wood, but didn't take into account for the whatever that is. I mean, the very, you know, a 1/2 mil of printed sheet that's on there. It's not much, but it's just enough to kind of make it a little difficult. What I can do, I can grab, or what we probably should do is just grab one of these sanding sticks and just open this up. Just the slightest. I don't want to go much. And just enough to account, you know, we'll take an account for that printed sheet by giving it just a little bit of sanding. I think that hopefully will do the job. Let's see what happens here. It's still gonna be tight because I didn't go much with it. And you know, obviously we want this to fit nice and tight, but I don't want to break anything either, which is what I'm a little bit nervous about. And again, you got to try to use every finger you've got to hold everything square to do this. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work. Okay, that one went in with a lot of persuasion. So let's see if we can just work it from one end and around. Is kind of the idea I'm having right now. There we go. Kind of work it around and just manhandle it. Just really force it in. There we go. Okay. But see what I don't know if you can see where it folded down right here, this sheet of printed material. If you can see that. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm going to take my X-Acto and cut that off so we don't have that. We're not looking at that anymore. See if I can get in here and cut that off. Always cut towards your thumb. It's always a good idea. There it goes. Now I think we could probably get that to fit a little tighter. Yeah, there we go. I think that's okay. By the way, never cut towards your thumb. I was just joking. I just always end up cutting. I've got so many scars down this finger from not taking my own advice. X-Actos that I've buried into that finger. Never cut towards your fingers. Just from experience, please believe me. Let's see. So now that's got that put together. Now it needs to go, it's going to go, we've got this wall, I guess it is, and then this goes into these tab holes. Now this is where it can be a little difficult because you're trying to press these in here, and it gets a little difficult as to where to put the pressure without breaking something. So I'm going to try to think strategically and only apply pressure to this piece itself that has the tabs on it. Otherwise, there's a good chance we'll break some of this. And then, like I've mentioned before, just kind of stick your tongue out a little bit. That helps. Come on. Yeah, this is, what if I lay it flat on the table. There we go. That might be that's the play. There we go. Now we've got I guess we've got a balcony of some sort. Okay, so that's got that done. Now they want us to actually put this together with our other big piece over here. Oh, and I've just noticed before we do that, my ink bottle has fallen off. I don't think I actually got it in the CA glue, so let's just do it again. Oh, that's way more than enough. That's perfect. Okay, we might have to let that sit for just a second. In fact, if I give it a little pressure, I think that'll help. I could have sprayed, well, you know what I could have done is just sprayed the backside of the little bottle with the accelerant. And then that might have worked, but I don't know what it's going to do to these different plastic and paper pieces and whatnot. So I'm trying not to do that. I think we're stuck pretty good. Okay. By the way, while it's drying, I should mention Star Bond CA glue. The best stuff. I mean, it really is the best stuff that I've used, at least. Their glue, their accelerants, and you can get a discount down in the description. If you check down in the description, there should be a code down there. I'll try to remember to put it down there. There should be a code for you guys if you want to get some, buy your CA glue and get a little discount on it. Okay, so now this is going to go. We have got all kinds of stuff we've got to get to fit, to push these together. Do not fall, thank you. So let's go ahead. I'm going to try to get these bottom tabs lined up for us. Let's go and see if they'll go in. There we go. And I'm just pushing, giving pressure on both sides like so, like this. We need to line up our little lamp rafter. And then there's nothing here. Let me turn around and make sure. Yeah, there's nothing here that holds here. So the back of this, I guess, is going to kind of hold this together. Okay. Well, it's starting to look like something, I guess. Let me see if making a lot of shadow. Hopefully you guys can kind of see in there. Yeah, we're making progress, I think. Sitting pretty square. Not too rickety. All right. Let's go back. Let me push this out of the way. Go back to instructions. I think that should, again, I always kind of check back, make sure I'm not missing something. I think we're on to page 24. What are we doing on page 24? This is, oh, we need to turn it around. What is this saying to do? And, oh, I see. There's a slot right here on the window. There's a tab on this right up here. We need to make that connection is what it's telling us. Just like that. Perfect. Yeah, nice. So that really kind of shores up that backside a little better like I was talking about. And then now we're going to actually put C6, which is the back. I think this is C6 here. So we'll put this back panel on. I definitely want to clean these up. Again, just you can slide your finger down and you'll feel where those nubs are left behind. Give them a sand. Go again, nice and smooth. Some of them are a little more pronounced than others. Just make sure and clean those up, and that'll ensure we get a nice clean fit. And this looks like it goes here on the back. we've got a tab here and then the tabs up the sides. I'm gonna kind of rock it in on that tab on the bottom, I think. Well, let's see. Let me move the instructions out of the way. It's gonna go here. And again, I'm trying to push. So I wanna, like, let me show you guys what I'm talking about. I wanna apply pressure on this board down below on both sides. So I don't wanna press up here because I'm afraid I might break something. You wanna have, what's the best way to say it? Opposing pressure. In other words, don't be off with your pressure. Otherwise, that's how you break things. And if you actually go back and check one of the previous episodes, I think it's probably 2 episodes ago, I did just what I'm saying not to do, and I literally broke a piece that we had to glue back together. So let me see if I can get this bottom one, because I think it's definitely going to be the toughest of the bunch. There it is. Now get... Okay, you know what I'm going to do? Wait, I think nope. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and sand this a little bit. Again, we have this printed sheet. Basically the floorboards, the wood for the floor is printed. Now I do have one question. So I went ahead and put batteries in this and I have it turned on. I'm about to put this on. If I want to turn this off, do I have to take this whole back sheet off to be able to turn off the... I guess to be able to turn off the battery pack? I didn't even think about that. I guess so. Okay, I think that should help us out a little bit. Come on. Yeah, so that actually went in. Now we got to get... What about these tabs? What are we doing with those tabs? Nothing, I guess. They just hang out back there. Okay. Now, why is this so far? Oh, this has come out. No wonder. Come on. So this has come loose. This is where you start putting pressure in certain places and other things come out. And there's our timer for the episode. So I think we're going to get this. Well, we're going to turn that off. We're going to get this hopefully put together here, and then that'll finish up for today. Come on, get in there. Why are you doing this to me? Okay, let me pull this back out. I really don't want to, because it was so hard to get in the first place. Not wanting to go. This, I don't know if you guys can see what I'm doing. This tab has come loose. And I guess the thing's kind of twisted a little bit, so it's making it hard to get that one tab in, but I need that tab in so I can get this whole line of tabs in. So I need to get it pushed up a little bit. And again, I'm just trying my best not to break anything. There it went. Heard it pop, I'm sure. Let me stand this back up. Okay, come on. Yeah, they make these fit really tight, that's for sure, which is good. Can you hear that? Yeah. Uh-oh, and I think I just broke something. I did. We'll fix it here in a second. Come on. Again, not watching where my fingers were. I knocked a plant loose from a previous step. Easy enough to fix. I'm just going to throw some glue on there. Throw some glue right here as I drip it everywhere. Go ahead and put the plant back in place, making sure I've got glue on it. And then we'll let that sit and dry. Actually, this has come out. There we go. I'm trying to double check everything is where it should be, is in place, and it looks like it is. It looks like we've got everything pretty good. The plant is back, nothing's loose. So I think we're good to call it here. Where are we at next? So here we just flipped it around. Oh, I see. We're going to work on, I think this is going to be the front fascia part here. So what we need is G1. Is that this one here? Yeah, this is G1 here. Come on out of there. Again, I'm constantly just trying to be very careful not to break these things. There we go. And I think we're done with these, so I'm going to throw them to the side. We need to pop this little guy out. Might have to use, there it went, fell out on its own. All right, so now we're going to add E3, which our E pieces are these guys here. So these are actually the last two off of this panel also. Go ahead and pop those out of there. And I think what I want to do, let me find my sanding stick. Here we are. I'm going to clean these up just a little bit because these are going to pop in here, and I want them to fit well. I'm going to have to use have some smaller sanding sticks here also, just to get this extra bit of wood out of here from the manufacturing process. Get both sides. All right, nice. Now I'll do the same thing on these. They've got just a little bit of the wood nubs there that hold them on those sheets. So I want to get those sanded off because what it looks like we're going to have to do, yeah, what it looks like we're going to have to do is just kind of press these in. Well, make sure they're the right way. There we go. Just kind of place them in there. Yeah, and they fit very easily now. There we go. Nice. Okay. So let's turn the page to 25, over here to page 25. And what do we need? We need 2 times B28 and 2 times B27. Here's our B's. Where is, oh, you know what? They're in, yeah, they're here. Okay. They're in this little pieces here. So here's our 28s. I need to make sure. What are we doing with these? Which way? I guess it's going to go this way. They're not really showing us which. Oh, yeah, they are. So that's what this little flower says. This is the printed side out. So I do want it like this. Let's go with the B28s first. Well, we can try. Again, I do not want to break these. There we go. So these are the 28s. And they go... Oh, these are going to go together. I see. What are we doing? So we have... I'm just going to set them here. And then we have the 27s. I'm not real sure what's going on here, but I guess we'll find out in a second. I never look forward. You probably should read completely through the instructions before starting. I have not, obviously, because I have no idea where this is going. If you do, it gives you a little better idea of what you need to do. There we go. What you're going to be doing, what you need to do. So these are just going to stack on top of each other. Is that right? Okay. And then we've got holes here, and they're going to go like so. Okay. I see. I think we're just making kind of a little detail, like a chair rail kind of detail, I guess, or you know, like a molding. Oops, one of our black pieces actually just fell out up here. I might have sanded it too well. Now it might fit too loosely. All right, but let's do the same thing with this one. It can be a little fidgety, but just take your time. And there's what I've talked about 100 times, is it's so easy to break these pieces. I literally just cracked it. So what we're going to do, I'm going to put it back in shape. Let's, you know what? Let's actually place these. So these fell out because of the break. So you can see I broke it. I don't want to mess with it too much, but it broke right here. Literally through all of these episodes, I've been saying you got to be so careful not to break these. So what I'm going to do, actually, let's go ahead and pull those out. They're not wanting to stay. Let's grab our CA glue. Put a little glue on there. Now, what we want to make sure is that it's nice and back and flat, which I think it is. And then let's just hit it with the accelerant. And I think that's going to be fine. It did. Now, this is what I always worry about, the accelerant. See what it did to our, can you guys see that? How it kind of discolored up. Might dry up just fine. I'm not sure. I'm not worried about the cracks you see here, because obviously they're going to be covered by the pieces. But again, that's why I always talk. In fact, I think I was talking about it last episode. When you apply pressure, you want to apply opposing pressure, and I literally was holding on to here and then pushing, and then that's why it cracked. I didn't take my own advice. You get in a hurry, or at least I got in a hurry, and that's what ends up happening. So let me go ahead and put these back in, which now fit a little loose and I think because of the way that broke. So what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to hold those in place, and I'm going to drop a little glue again. I'm going to try my darndest not to get it on my fingers. There we go. Let's just drop that glue there again. And that should help those to stay in place. Okay. Use my sanding stick to prop this a little bit like so to keep it. I don't want it to glue to the table. While we now look at what the next step we need to do is while that dries up. So we need 2 I-8s, which are these guys right here. Let's go ahead and pop those out. That was it's a prime example why you always just keep you a bottle of Star Bond CA glue right at arm's length. And of course, as you know, you can get a little discount on that Star Bond CA glue right down in the description. Anyways, let me go ahead and get the I-8s out like so. That finishes up this panel. So away it goes. And then what are the other pieces? Where are we at? I've lost track. Okay, we just did this. What have I done? I've literally skipped ahead like okay, actually we were here. We're supposed to go here. I was thinking we were here. Okay, let's back up a little bit. We need to back up to here. We actually need F6, F8, and then a B21. So F6, F8. Yeah, that break got me a little flustered and got me lost on the instructions. So F6, what did I say? F6 and F8. So here's there's F7 also while we're at it, I guess. Set F7 there. This is F6. This is F8. If I can pop it on out of there. Come on. There we go. F8. And then we needed a, what was it? What did I call it? A B21, which is not on here. Where is, I think I saw this piece earlier. What did I do with it? What did I do with the B21? It had come off of here. This is where it's nice to have, what you should have is some bowls that you have laying around to hold all your pieces in, so you don't lose them like I'm doing. But that's obviously not how I work. I work by losing pieces continually. Where is this guy at? I saw it. What did I do with it? I had it earlier. I found it off the floor before we started recording. I know I set it up here. Have I knocked it back down on the floor? Let me take a look. I mean, the odds are yes, I did, but let me take a quick, oh, yep, sure did. Here it is. Knocked it back on the floor. Okay, so I think this is the piece we need, correct? Yes, it is. When they give you the exact number of pieces, these little tiny guys, you can't lose them. And that's why usually a lot of times what I'll do is I'll just set up bowls or containers where I can, when pieces come loose, instead of just setting them on the table like I've been doing, I've been kind of in a hurry because I'm filming, so I'm just trying to put things here and there and whatever. What I'll usually do is set up bowls and I can throw them in that bowl so they don't actually accidentally get swiped off the table. Anyways, that's just a little suggestion, I guess I would say. What is this? So which one is F6 and which one is, I've now lost track. This one is F6, so it goes on the bottom. This sticks in here. And then F8 goes on top of that, like so. And then now this is going to, which this should be nice and glued up by now. This is, oh, we want to tape F7 on top. I see. We're going to cover this little nub here, this tab, with F7, and it's going to just get taped on there. So where is, here we are. We're going to use our double-sided tape they provided in the kit here. Where is, that's if I can actually find find where it starts. There it is. Okay. And I think we'll need something. Where's my scissors? Maybe something about like so. I think we'll just run it right across. And it does just line up straight on top of that. Looks like it. Yeah, it just doubles it up. So we're going to go right on top like so. Give it a nice squeegee down with my fingernail. And then we'll pull the backing off using an X-Acto. Yeah, and I think what we want to do is try to just line this right up. Line it right up on top of that other one. Like so. Hold it with the tape. And then now this can be popped right in. And there's actually a piece here that needs to come out. I'm going to go ahead and get that before I go too far. This little piece here. There we go. But I'm going to go ahead and place this in. Come on. And again, I'm trying to only, now that I'm thinking about it, I only want to put pressure right here where this, where the slot is. So on this backside. So I don't want to put pressure here, because I'm afraid I'll end up breaking. So I'm holding it with my left forefinger back there. And now I'll squeeze with my thumb and forefinger right on that tab spot. And I think that's about as good as we're going to get it. I can probably set it down flat. There we go. And I know something just fell on the floor again. Yep. Yeah, this guy just fell on the floor for me. It keeps popping out of here. I guess like I said, I guess I sanded these up a little too well, because now they're not fitting very tight. I mean, what I could do, and what I think I'm going to go ahead and do, just for the sake of time. Well, you know what? I'll wait, because I don't know. I was going to put some glue on these, but I'm going to wait because I think there's a piece that's going to kind of go here. In fact, what we could do, let's reference the front of this thing. Let's take a look here. No, they're just kind of there. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. You can see they just kind of sit in there. So I'm going to get them, I think I'll bring them flush. I'm going to bring them flush to the back. So these black pieces are thinner than the panel they're going in. I'm going to bring them flush to the back so that we get a little bit of a recess up front. I think that looks kind of better. Like so. And now, very carefully, well, let me get them right where I want them. Yeah, this one's really loose. So let's see. How am I going to do this? I think we stand it vertical. If we stand it vertical, I think I can drop just a little bit of glue like down in this bottom corner. All we need is just a little bit of something to hold them in place. Do the same thing on this one. I don't want to put glue on the top side because I'm afraid it's going to run down. This is ultra thin CA. It's unfortunately all I have. See there, that goes running, and I don't want to touch that. Where's my rag? I don't know if you saw it run down, which is fine. It's not going to hurt anything. But the ultra thin stuff, I'm kind of using it outside of its actual application, but it's literally all I have at the moment. So that's what I'm having to use. But I think I'll just kind of set that right there like that for now. Let that glue up, and I think that'll be enough to hold those black pieces because I keep losing them. When I say losing them, I mean they keep falling out. So now we need to build this kind of front fascia part here. So what do we need? We need we're going to need B18. I think all our Fs are done. Yeah, so I'm going to chunk that so we don't have to use that anymore. What did I say we needed? B18. This one. Come on out of there. Oh no, we still have B9. I'm gonna go ahead and pop this B9 and set it up with the other B piece or the other pieces I have right up here. That way, that is everything out of this panel. I can chuck it also, so it's not in the way over here. So we got B18. Now we have a bunch of Ds we need to pop loose. So what do we need? We need 2 D27s, which are here, a D28 and a D29. So it's all this section right here. Let's go ahead and do that. Like so. We still have some little pieces here, so we'll hold on to this. Let me go ahead and clean these up. Get everything off of there. Where's my sanding? We need to clean these up a little bit. Like so. Yeah, and I think we'll be able to finish. I'm thinking, well, or I guess we'll find out. If we keep having issues, it won't be the case. But I think we'll be able to finish this before kind of the end of our 45 minutes that I allot for each of these videos each day. So what I'm probably going to do is throw some good pictures at the end, just some good pictures of this, so you can get a good look at what you end up with. If this is something you're thinking about building, getting some good real world pictures of what you end up with. And in fact, I think in the future, I was thinking about it. What I'll probably do in the future is at the end of each episode, I ought to throw in some good quality photos of where we're at. Because sometimes I think it's a little bit harder to see while we're working. And maybe at the very end, I can throw in some, whatever finished state we're in, I can take some photos of it, but those at the end so you can kind of see where we're at. I don't know. I was thinking about doing that. I think that won't be, I'm trying to limit the edit on these so that I'm able to do this once a day, but I don't think that'll be too big a deal to put that edit together. So we've got B18, so D28 is this one here. It's going to go up front like so. Then we have two D27s. Again, I'm orienting, they have the numbers. Can you see that? They have the numbers printed on them. I'm orienting those inwards so that we don't see them. There's a big gap right there. Is there supposed to be a big gap like that? Did I do something? Let me put this one and see what happens. Yeah, there's like a gap. I don't know if you can see there's a gap right here, but I guess that's okay. And then this goes up top. See how that works. Something like this. There we go. I think that's yeah. I think that's okay like that. There we go. All right, and so what do we do with this now? We put it right up. I need to turn this around, make sure I put it on the correct side. This goes here. There's that one. And sometimes they really snap in when you can hear it snap. There you go. Yeah. Okay. And this is not quite all the way in. There we go. All right, I think that's pretty good. I think these are staying a little better. I think I'm gonna go ahead now lay this flat. These black things are still not quite. I'm gonna turn it upside down and put a little glue on the top sides too. Now this ultra thin CA, what it'll do is it'll weep itself right in between the two pieces. So this is actually the intended use of the ultra thin stuff. I just don't, it's easy to apply too much and I don't want to do that. There we go. And I'll let that stand while we move on to the next steps. We'll let that dry. All right, now we're to the point where we needed these guys. These are the two I8s, and then we have J45. What is J? Do we have J's? I don't even remember having J45. Where would I find J's? See, what was J? Oh, J is the stickers. I don't know why I'm losing my mind. J45 J's are the decal sheets. That's why I didn't have a clue what we were talking about. How is this? Where's J45? These are J45. So I think they're going to run. Let's flip this back over. Let me get the instructions so you guys can see it also. So we've got these two I8s that are going to go down here. Are they going to, they tape on is what they want us to do. Okay. And then we'll have decals that run up this way. Okay. So let me lay this down flat. The tape they give us here it is definitely thicker So what, can we cut this maybe? How did they want us to? Oh, they're wanting us to use those round circle tapes. You know what? It fits just like that. Let me slide this back so you can probably see a little better. It fits just like that. I think I'm just going to put a touch of glue here, and then that'll hold them. So let me show you what I'm saying. Touch of glue there, touch of glue there. Set these in place. Apply a little pressure just for a second. And I think this will, I don't want to use those circular. Let me show you what they're actually asking us to use. Whoops. Well, while I try to hold pressure here. Again, I don't really want to spray these pieces with the accelerant. I don't know what it's going to do. Anyways, they want us to use these these are two-sided tape circles, but those are going to hang way out. I mean, you're going to have adhesive hanging way out. I don't want to do that. I don't like having sticky things that is exposed because, you know, then it collects dirt and grime and dust and whatever else, you know, cat hair or whatever. You know, for us, it would be dog hair. The only problem is this is not seeming to work either. Let me put the glue on the back side of here very carefully. Let's not glue it to the table, and let's not glue it to my fingers. That's always the objective. I'm gonna let that sit because that seems to be doing fine. I think that's the better way to do this. Let's do the same thing with this one. Here. Don't glue to the table, thank you. Don't glue to my fingers. And okay. Stay. Where's my rag? Because I think I did get a little glue on the table. Good. By glue, I mean CA glue, which is, you know, it's super glue. This one is not wanting to stick. So I wonder if, let me hold it. Yeah, these are not, this is, I think what I'm gonna have to do, as much as I don't want to, is use the, is actually spray these. I'll tell you what, let's just let them sit there just a second. We'll see how the old Star Bond does. And then we'll apply the, is it J45s? Is that right? Yeah, J45s, which literally are just decals. They're gonna run up. Yep, just go from here up. Just make sure we line it up nice and straight. Not too bad. And then let's do the other side. And I think that'll work. Okay, did these happen to absolutely not glue? Perfect. Yeah, and they're dry now too. So let's figure out what we're gonna do here for these guys. I really don't wanna use, the tape. So I'm gonna try one more time. What do I have? Let me grab these over here. Usually if you use some weight to set on them, that will help them hold that pressure. The problem is I can't really use my fingers because I'm gonna glue my fingers. So I'm gonna hold that right there like that. Let's do the same over here and see if this works. Oh boy, that's way too much, which is perfect. And let's I already want to stick to my fingers. Oh, not that one, this one. Okay, nobody move. Hopefully that'll hold. But let's go ahead and move forward onto what's next, which is turning the page. And actually the next step is going to be assembling this to the big piece up there. Maybe we can go ahead and get, what is that? That's J32. That's going to go there. I'll wait on that. Let's go ahead and assemble this. What is it going to be, the top? Let's go ahead and assemble that while this is drying up. So what do we need? We need C1. This is C1 right here. Pop this out also. And let's get it cleaned up a little bit. I think that's going to be all right. Yeah, it's going to go basically this way. What do we have going on here? We need this guy here. This thing, which is like stained glass, I suppose. And then we need 4 B20s. So where are the B20s? Is that on here? Yes. And is there 4 of them? There are. Oh, I'm never going to find that again. All right, let's see. There's 3 B20s. Let me see if I can find this one that just fell. All right. Yep. There we go. I'm telling you, these things are tiny. Okay, let's see. So what are we doing? We're gonna take this. We're gonna pull the film off of it. It looks like there's supposed to be. Oh, I see that. We're gonna. Let's see. Where's this film at there that we speak of? Which side is it on? There we go. I think. Yeah, I think there's going to be a film on both sides, it looks like. Trying to protect the printing on here. I think. Oh, maybe not, actually, now that I look at that. So this was the film side. I think that's the side we want. Let me make sure there's not. Where's my Exacto? Let me make sure there's not a film on this other side, too. I don't think there is, actually. No. Yeah, so it goes like that. So anyways, let's put this way. It goes underneath. Is that right? Underneath, and I'm guessing this away. And then we're going to punch these little guys through. Yeah. Can we punch these out first? Why are these not coming? Okay, yeah, let's pop these little holes. They're kind of just perforated. It's taking a little bit to get these little square holes out of here. We'll do that first. I think we want it to go this way. We want the cleanest color up, yeah. Now let's try to pop these little tabs in here. Yeah, that works, okay. My fingers are just too fat for this stuff. All right, let's I almost kind of would think it might be easier just to snag these with a pair of pliers and use those to push them in with. There we go. Got it though. All right. So that is that way. Okay, I see. And then this kind of black frame here. If I can, I'm trying to very carefully pop this out of here. They're so fragile. There we go. And that's it for the C sheet. We'll throw it to the side. But this is going to go, I guess it's just going to press fit in there. Yep, just press fit in like that. Yep. Okay, so that's got that done. Let's check to see if we're glued up over here. Oh yeah, we are. And to the table. Oh, good. We got a problem, guys. This is what I was afraid of. So I'm going to very carefully try. Yeah. Star Bond, it's good stuff. There you go. So let's back up now to the previous steps. And what they're wanting us to do is just basically just apply this. Okay, what holds this? Just the two tabs. It looks like that holds this. There's two tabs. Let me show you. There's two tabs down here, one on each side. And that's pretty much all that's going to hold this on, it appears. Let me set this on its back, like so. And then now we'll see. In fact, I'm going to stand up so I can see down on this. Where are they? There they are. Hopefully you guys can see what I'm doing, because I sure can't. Where is it at? It's right there. Okay. They do not want to. I think what I'm going to have to do, all right. That is the correct holes, yes. I think what I'm going to have to do, where's my sanding stick? I don't even know if this is going to fit in there. It's not. I was going to try to sand this out a little bit, but that's not going to work. I think we're going to have to try and do this. There we go. Just kind of rock it in there. There we go. Got it. Okay. Yeah. Just take your time with it. Okay. So that is, I guess there's, yeah, that's going to get all held together by the roof up there. But we need to put J32 on here first, which is this Shakespeare thing, I think. Yeah. All right. And what I want to see, how does this fit? I guess here. Like that. There we go. Okay. Make sure you can see what I just did. So I just applied this sticker up top here. See if I can get it pressed on nicely, or as best it'll go. You can see this is still loose up here, but I think the roof what we just made is what's going to hold that in place. Let's see what we got. Flipping over here to page, what are we on? Page 27. Here's our roof, which I'm assuming still goes this way. And that's going to set up, I'm going to stand up again to do this. What all do we have? Hold on, let me look at this. That's all we have are these tabs. I'm confused. Am I doing this right? We have this tab. Can you guys, let me make sure you can see what I'm doing here. We have this tab, these tabs, but how does this just sit on top? Oh, I see, there's this tab here, okay. There's a center tab right here that I wasn't paying attention to hold the front on. And then this is right about the time when you give it a good push and the whole thing just crumbles in your hand. That's usually how this works, right? So I'm going to try to be very careful and not let that happen. There we go. Why is that? Yeah, this is not coming together as well as it should, because this, okay, let me show you. The part holding the light up in here, it's gonna be really hard for you to see. In fact, I can show you here. Where the light connects here, that's come out, which is not allowing this to fully sit. So I'm gonna have to reach up in here carefully, put that back where it goes, And now hopefully push it all together. There we go. I think that worked. Did it go in? Not quite. No, it sure didn't. There it is. Now it's in. Now we've got it. And then this is not quite. There we go. Pop these. You can see these need to be popped in here. Let's see if I can get this one. Just a little bit off. So I'm pushing up and back to make those go, make that pop, make that connection. All right, I think that's got everything sitting how it should be. I'm just trying to give it a good squeeze. There we go. I think that's got that how it should be. And then now we're gonna make some rolled up kind of deals here. What is this? These are D33. That's these guys here. Just gonna pop these out. There's gonna be 4 of them. 2, 3, 4. And that has us done for the D sheets. And now we're gonna take J20. Where are you at, J20? This is J20 right here. I guess this is gonna be like wrapping paper or something. I don't know. But what do? We set this. Yeah, we just set this on it like so. And then we just kind of roll. Just roll that up here. Wouldn't it be easier to set it flat on the, yeah, and roll each side like this. So I'm just kind of rolling it over. I guess this is like I don't know what this is supposed to be, like a roll of wrapping paper. Because what we're going to do, wow, you can't even see back there, but we're going to take these and literally just set, can you guys even see this? I don't know if you remember from previously, we had a bucket that's sitting right back here, a little blue bucket. Again, I'll take some pictures of this stuff so you can see it, but we're just going to kind of set these in the bucket like so. So let me do all of these and I'll take care of that. What is the next one is J19, which is this pink floral. Let's do the same thing. Just try to roll it up. Yeah, it's like rolls of, I guess rolls of wrapping paper is what it's going to look like to me. I don't know what that has to do with the library other than just being another detail kind of in this build. All right, so there's that one. So I'll just go ahead and set it in the little bucket for us. There we go. Next is J18, which is this plaid one. A little shorter. So they're a little bit different sizes. Just adds a little variety. That's nice. Just roll it up. Pretty straightforward and simple. Let me throw that in the bucket. And then the last one is this guy here. Do the same thing. I like how they give you a little piece of wood to roll it around just to give it some body, some stability. But we'll throw that in the bucket. I don't guess it really matters how they're sitting in there, but that'll work. I'm still a little confused. Remember when we did these? We did these letters here. They're like just kind of hanging off the. How is that supposed to be sitting there? I guess maybe they're supposed to be something holding them up. I don't know. Anyways, is that how it is? And let me double check the. I'm gonna double check the box. Yeah, no, they're just sitting there hanging off the edge, defying physics. But it is what it is. So what's next? What do we have? So that's those guys. Flip her over. Oh, we got our chair. I forgot about our chair. So we've got a chair here. We're gonna put together. So it's just basically 2 pieces of plastic. Pretty straightforward. I think they just pop together. like so. Okay, that's done with that bag. And then we've got J46, which is this big long guy here. Another, let's see, J46. Let's go and pull it off. And then what we need to do, oh boy. Can you guys see? We've got a decal here that we're going to turn into an accordion to essentially make the pages in the book. So what we want to do, okay, this is not, it's actually a little bit perforated. That makes it easy. So that sticks together. Oh, Billy. Yeah, like that. Can you guys see what I'm trying to do here? I'm just going to fold it. They're actually perforated. So you kind of just fold it on the perforations, I suppose. I'm just afraid if I misstick this, that's going to be a nightmare. Okay. These we don't want to stick together because we're going to now that we have our accordion here, we're going to take, I'm going to stick this right here to hold it. You stay right there just for a second. We're going to take, what is this, J47, which is the cover of, again, the cover of Dune. And that's going to stick to we're going to go sticky to sticky. This can be dangerous. Okay, let's see, because we're only going to get one shot at this. Is that an Eminem song, One Shot? Okay, let's see. Let's take our one shot here. It is what it is at this point. There we go. All right, I think we came close. No, we didn't. That's awful. Can I get this to? Yeah, so it really missed on the front cover here. I think I can probably pull these apart. Let's see. I'm afraid I wouldn't make it on 8 Mile. Let's see. There we go. Now let's see if I can line it back up. Okay, that worked out, I think. And then we take this, which is going to kind of just be, like it mattered anyways, because it's just going to be open like this and sitting. Because that's how a book lays when it's open, I guess. But that's literally how they show it being, is like that. So let me put some tape on the back side of this. They want us to use our double-sided tape. Let's go here. Use the X-Acto to pull this off. Here we go. And then I'm just going to kind of set it in the chair. I'd like it to be on an angle. There we go. Set it in the chair. I think I'm going to try to just more fold it open like that. Can you guys see that? They show it being almost, like the pages sticking straight up, and that's just not very natural. In fact, if I can bend them, I think if I can kind of bend them like this, can you see what I'm doing? Bend them like that. Yeah, they don't want to stay, but I think that'll be at least a little bit more natural looking. And then this guy is just going to sit right back in here, which is not that easy to get in there. I'm going to use the scissors to position it around. I know you can't see what I'm doing. There we go. I think I'm going to turn it about like that. Sit it right there. I think that's fine. And then literally the instructions now say complete. And listen to that. What that is just, I don't think I could have timed that any more perfect. There's our timer going off. Let me turn that off. I think I'm still going to go ahead and take some final pictures of this like on a bookshelf and all that kind of thing. So you can actually see really what it looks like in the real world. Turn the light on. See if you guys can see a little bit right now. You see the chair back there we put in there. But I'll take some pictures of it, give you a lot better look at it here at the end. I think it turned out pretty good. Let me know what you think. I think it looks pretty cool. But anyways, let me know what you think. Let me know what you thought about this series as a whole, what changes you'd like to see. I'm just going to mention one more time, I am working on better lighting, better mic, but I'm also trying to work on putting a face cam in one of these corners so that you can, I can talk to you instead of you talking to my hands. You can I'll be talking, you can talk to my face. But anyways, let me know what you think, if there's any other changes you'd like to make. Let me go ahead and end this episode here so I can get the photos taken. and I'll edit it up and like, subscribe, share, I don't know, whatever you do these days on YouTube, do that. And I'll see you tomorrow for a whole new build. Bye-bye.